Okay, happy people. Walkers won't be in the way here.
Nope.
I am still getting set up. Um, do. Things are running a bit slow today. For the replay crew and those that start here at the beginning, I know we only have one or two people in here, and that's going to be Mrs. CT and the great KFAR. So, to kind of let you guys know what I'm going to be doing, I have an S ton of baits that I've been needing to tie for a very good friend. And this has been a project that's been over a year in the making. And I've been promising him and promising him and promising him that I'll get these baits done. And I've had other life things occurring that have not allowed me to do such. I still have them going on. I'm still in the midst of a whole bunch of stuff. So what I thought I'd do today is kind of a buckle down marathon and try to get it done. So I'm putting together my vise over here, as you'll see. And I'm going to try to buckle down and get as many of these done as I can. Hopefully I'll be able to knock out the rest of them. Don't know how long that's going to take. So if my moderators could, please let people know here and there and kind of reset for me if I don't get the chance to. And kind of let them know I'm going to be buckling down, working on these jigs and these spinner baits and these chatter baits and these buzz baits. Host of baits I've tied for this guy. I'm going to be working on buckling down and getting that done. As I'm doing that, if you wonderful people could just make sure to reset the audience every now and then, that this is just a hangout session. This is just a dude tying some baits for a friend, answering questions, BSing with y'all, interacting with y'all. Just a hangout session for those of us who aren't able to get out today. The weather may be crappy, boat may be broken down, whatever the case may be. You may be laid up like me with some health issues, but for whatever the case may be. Yeah, I'll need this back in a bit when I get to the swim jigs. So I've got a ton of stuff I'm tying for Moo Matt. The guy that I showed you that wonderful bluegill pattern, Moogill, that's in one of my shorts, that it's tied after. I'm going to be tying on those pretty much to start. That's kind of where I left off the last time. And I'm trying to see here. Y'all can kind of see this. Thank you, Mrs. CT. And so I'm still getting stuff together, so forgive me. I need the wire bag, and it's here. Okay.
So this stuff can get put to the side for right now? Or
yeah, for the side. After I get done with this box, I'll be tying them. So anyway, here's what we've got. And like I said before, I got a ton of stuff heading Mr. Matt's way, and hopefully Mr. Matt can show up. He's a really solid dude, been a good friend of mine for years. And like I said, I've got a ton of baits. Things have just been occurring that have been keeping me from getting all these tied on. So tonight, I'm just going to tie on, BS with you guys, hang out, and just kind of see where the afternoon/evening takes us. I've got all this freaking hobby wire. And I'll probably end up going through a ton of it by the time we're sitting done. More hobby wire. And what I choose to use is the 26 gauge. You can use a little heavier and knock it out a bit quicker. You can. It's been done. I tend to go with the 26 gauge. There's nothing wrong with that. It just is what it is. But I've got a ton of, that might be, who is that? That is Mr. Matt himself. Let's see, right on. On now. I'm going to tell him on now. Just talking about you. That'll get him on. Anyway, so that's Mr. Moo Matt himself. He'll probably be checking in here in a little bit. But like I said, he's a great guy. I've owed him these baits for like over a freaking year. Between my health, wife's health, I'll see how long I last tonight between the back, and I've got another dental issue going to be taken care of on Monday. Hence the reason I'm getting this knocked out now, because Monday I won't be talking. So we're going to get started tying on these baits. I'm wanting to make sure that I have everything that I need available. Wire, you got to get my clippers out. Ooh, wire benders. Trusty comb for the skirts. Yeah, my jigs get their own comb. My titaniums. My clippers and my other big wire cutters. I'm going to have so many freaking tools out in front of me, it's not even funny. But different things for different things. So, now, first jig I'm going to go ahead and show you guys is where I'm picking up where I left off last time in his main jig box. These are going to be, this is the pattern that was after that bluegill I showed you guys in the short. It's called Moogill. Check out that bad boy there. It has the nice little orange, which I'm going to make sure is perfectly centered before tying it. The orange on the belly has the kind of the purplish for the bluegill on the side. And then, thank you, Miss J. Carr, and then that green pumpkin there for the back. It literally mimics what should be that bluegill that he tied up for me. Freaking love it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie these things on with the wire because I'm a wire tie guy. And what happens is those bands get old after a while. The whole thing will deteriorate and fall off. But if you have it wired on, it doesn't matter what the band does. The band can deteriorate and fall off, and you're still going to have your jig pretty much permanently tied. So what I'll do most of the time is I'll tie it with wire, then I'll just cut the freaking band off, and you don't got to worry about it. Now, getting them tied correct is a pain in the butt, and I'm rusty. Even though I've done some videos on it in the recent past here, it's still, to get perfect muscle memory, it takes a lot. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off a small piece of wire to kind of be my little hold me back man, if you will. Like the one guy in the bar fight that wants to get involved with everybody and better hold me back, better hold me back. Well, this is my hold back wire. What this does is it allows me to kind of tie it around the back of the skirt and keep it out of the way so I can tie the wire. And after I get these things tied, what I'll do then is I'll look at the skirt and trim it accordingly to right where I want it. Make sure that's perfect. Then it'll go back in the box, getting ready to be shipped. So what I'm going to do, here I'm going to flip this around to the top, screw that down nice and tight. Set that in the vise. And I'm going to take my little hold back wire, come in through here, and I'm going to talk my way kind of through the first few, and then past that, I'm going to just go and I am set to public, right, folks? Weird. Forgive me, guys. I'm going to go over here and I'm trying to bring Matt in here, guys. Give me 1 second.
Donald Blake says howdy.
Oh, hey, Donald. How the heck are you? I'm going to go over here real quick, guys, and do a quick share. Go to my community page, period. I'm trying to lead old Moo Moo Matt up in here. That way we can get him up in here for the fun. So I'm going to take this wire. So if y'all have any questions or anything along the way, just feel free to ask me, and Miss J. Carr and Miss cerebralTackle will get back and make sure I get it so that I can answer those questions. I'm going to get started tying this first Moogill. Love this freaking Moogill pattern.
Your vise doesn't come up any higher, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay.
I could try to put the vise higher, but if I do, it will be on an unstable playing
Okay.
field, and I don't want that.
I'm just trying to see if I-
Yeah, this is the famous Moogill. I'm gonna take it underneath the band there.
Jake Carr says, how long did it take to learn to tie?
Oh my goodness. To learn to tie, it took a little while, basically because there's lots of intricacies, like getting the skirts positioned perfectly right where you want them. That tends to be a bit of a pain in the butt when you're starting out. And then I'm gonna use pliers because last time I cut my fingers. Um, so intricacies like positioning the skirts on good and making sure when you tie them down like this that they don't shift and move on you, because that kind of thing sucks to get to the bottom of a wrap and then find out that you screwed up and got your layers all out of whack. Because generally speaking, you want your, it's not for every pattern, but for about 95% of them, you want your light colors on bottom and your dark colors on top, because that's what represents a bait fish or a crawfish or anything like that. What happens is when you look at them, because the underbelly is always what's furthest from the sun, it's not what's going to darken up for you. And so you're going to have your light colors on bottom and your dark colors on top. So you want to make sure you imitate that prey by doing the same thing here. Making sure I get that other one in and tight like that. Woo, that wasn't good. The whole vice spun on me there. That's not freaking good at all. I tried tying it down. This vise is old and it's seen a lot of jigs over the years. I probably need a new freaking vise, but I'm not where I can do one yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to pull and tie this off here before I lose.
Jake Carr says she needs one of those.
Let me tell you, it's a fun habit, but it gets to be an expensive habit. Like anything fishing, when you start getting into your own lure building, things get out of control. Because I went in to get this vise. Originally, this vise was for trout jigs, ultralight trout jigs. I went in to get this vise, and I'm like, ooh, cool, vise. And then I'm like, ooh, cool, marabou. Ooh, cool, chenille. And things went to crap. Because then what ends up happening is I end up buying everything in its dog and doing an S ton of money and walking out of there for far more than what I meant to go into. And that happens in for skirt layers in too. When I started doing skirt layers like this, started out just trying to find a couple. As a matter of fact, when I got all my skirt layers, I didn't even go into the store for that. I went to the store for something else, and to be honest, I forget what the hell that was. Ended up a bunch of skirt layers, but that ended up tying some pretty decent patterns and getting asked by my friends to tie some stuff for them. And then ended up, getting my buddies on the baits that won that big tournament I talked about in the custom jig video. So yeah, it happens. And can't show you all that pattern because that pattern is under secret wrap. If I showed that pattern, I might end up in a ditch. Shout out to Sean. So now I've got this thing where I can take off the trash, put the trash in the trash bag here, because I don't want a lot of wire around. This wire isn't like super strength, but it's enough that if you step on a strand, you'll freaking feel it. And me, I don't want to feel it, because if I feel it with my neuropathy, something really bad's happened. So I've cut it off now. The orange just stayed on the bottom, purple on the sides, green pumpkin on the back. Got them fresh Moogill. That's one of, holy crap, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, probably about 25 baits I have to tie, but I'm determined to kind of go through and do a marathon to get them done because I really want to get these things out to Matt. Matt, if you're in here, say hello to everybody. Come on, Matt. Come on, Matt. Come on.
There's 4 people that I haven't seen on here.
Come on, Matt. Say something if you're in here, Moo Moo. I know he was looking. Let me go here and try to get the link for him real quick. Let me see here. Forgive me, guys. I want to make sure I get Moo Moo on here. There we go. That should have Moo on here. If Moo's not here, that should get Moo on here.
Dr. Who and Oleg?
Oh, y'all are in here?
No, I'm asking where.
Oh, Oleg should be at work, and Dr. Who may be here, or he may be at CP's. He is not in the United States, and I still do not have his time zone exactly square in my brain. He and I do that all the time. We tend to forget what each other's time schedules are. Doctor Who Design, if you guys have seen him around, he is freaking awesome. Oh, I used that for the wrong deadgum thing. I got to talking and I screwed this up. That's when Matt'll come in here. You watch. Matt'll come in here when I'm starting to screw up one of his jigs. That's what happened last time. For those of you who were watching last time, I screwed one of them up right as he come in. He's like, "What the hell are you doing, my man?"
Jake Card's asking where is he from?
Doctor Who? Greece. Doctor Who is from Greece. So he is a bad, bad man. He is a super cool dude. He is a web freaking genius. And hope I didn't give that information out, not knowing if I was supposed to or not. If I did and you're watching or you see this, Doctor Who, I apologize. But Doctor Who is a bad, bad man. He is a web genius. Knows his web stuff. He's done all the channel artwork. He's done the logo, the banner, the channel banner. He's helped me out, guys, a freaking ton with optimization and tags, keywords. He's a web genius. He has his own business and he is a bad, bad, bad man. So as I'm working to get all this untangled.
Sunday, 12:30 a.m. in Greece.
Oh, no wonder. Yeah, he's going to be seeping in. I say that. He also has a messed up schedule sometimes. But also, he has so much stuff on his plate, so much stuff he's doing with his own business. He is a. You guys might remember the Naked Angler. That was him. That was not him, but the thumbnail for that video was him and his AI work. The guy's into all that. He's so much better of any of that than I could ever be. So I let the genius do his work, and I sit back and I watch and I enjoy. Yeah. Yeah, are you still with us, Donald? If not, I apologize if this is slow and boring. It just meant to kind of be a BS hangout session anyhow. So I hope there's some more people in there. I hope Moo Moo comes on in here. I send the message. Should showing it here.
I can only find it on the community page. Is it not showing?
Oh wow, is it not showing on my regular page, guys? It's showing on my lives too. Well, yeah, it's showing on my regular page.
Okay, it did, because it wasn't one of them I was looking.
Maybe this will finally work out, guys. I think YouTube's a bit slow to the party tonight. This is another moo cow or moo gill.
Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, it's a Saturday afternoon. So it's going to be us folks that don't have anything else better to do on a Saturday afternoon. No offense to anybody, but we're all here, aren't we? Oh, somebody left when I said that. Hopefully I didn't offend.
No,
But
we've already dropped down to 3.
I can't type and say don't screw it up. That's Moo Cow. So you in here, Moo Cow? Good deal. Yeah, you can absolutely type and tell me not to screw it up. And by saying that, I actually damn near screwed this one up. See? That's how you know Moo Cow's in here. You jinx me. You jinx me, Moo Moo. Let's see here. See, guys, that's a common thing you got to watch out for whenever you're tying jigs. Whenever you go to cinch this down, the skirt wants to move. So if you want to keep that orange there on the bottom, you have to make sure when you pull this tight that you've kept it up out of the way and that it's right there where it freaking needs to be, so that when you come back around and cross over and tie again, it's right where it needs to be and that doesn't move on you.
Micah, there's 5 years now.
Good deal. We got 5 happy-go-lucky folks up in here. I'm getting the part where I really got to get my pliers after this. I'm going to try these lighter pliers. I've got so many freaking pliers, guys. It's out freaking outrageous. I'm going to use a couple of my lighter pliers for this.
King of pliers, huh?
Yep, king of freaking pliers.
6 years.
Now I got this all moving on me. I must be tying it pretty freaking tight if everything's moving on me when I'm doing it. But if y'all have any questions about anything fishing related, bass related, y'all just freaking let me know. And one of the gals will get it to me. And I can try to answer as best I can. But back as far as how long it actually took me to learn how to do it, it was a lot of trial and error. And there was a great guy at the place where I bought all my materials, also named Matt, ironically enough. And Matt was freaking awesome at helping me get all this figured out. He was a genius at he was a genius at sales too, but he's also a genius like at doing skirt layers. And he's like, look at this cool pattern, look at this cool pattern. And what he ended up doing was selling me a whole bunch of stuff, but it was stuff that he came up with and he made himself, and he was very, very good at it. And so, yes, he sold me a bunch of stuff, and that was his job to sell me stuff, but it's also a great teacher. And since then, there's been a couple other folks that have also helped in that way. And so at the end of the day, I ended up having a bunch of folks that kind of taught me along the way. And that's one reason I want to, where did my tagging go? There it is. That's one reason why I wanted to do a channel to begin with I grew up fishing, not with my father. I grew up fishing with somebody else. My father and I did go fishing, but the majority of things I learned were from people that were total strangers that took me under their wing along the way. So therefore, I wanted to do a channel to try to give back to some of that. And granted, I've kind of leaned lately towards the breaking news and fishing news stuff, and I think that's important because it's important for the common angler to know what's going on in the sport that they love and support when it comes to folks at Bass or some of the elite anglers doing things that you and I wouldn't do out on the water. I think it's important that we report that and kind of hold them accountable. And by the way, on that topic, I've got other stuff like that coming along the way here. So it looks like that moo cow is done. Or moo, I keep calling it moo cow. That's just what I used to call him whenever we were online doing our mischief. And I know this might lose some of my viewers when y'all hear this, but moo cow and I, moo Matt and I met gaming, actually online.
Or you lost over down to 3 people again.
Back up to 4 of mine. So now I've got both these moo gills tied, so now we're going to look at them and see if they need to be trimmed.
Jake says, family taught me how to fish. I may not be a pro, but I would have passion and love it.
And that's all it takes, guys. All it takes is passion and a little bit of wanting to learn to get it done. That's got good flair to it. I kind of like, that's kind of a shorter skirt. I kind of like it on that one. I like to kind of alternate. So that one's going to go. And this one is going to be a bit of a bulkier, a bit of a longer skirt. And I'm going to give him the option of just trimming that one if he wants to as well there. That way he has kind of one shorter skirt, one longer skirt, you know. One to pick up the conservative fishies and one to kind of take on the ones that are down for more. Now this is a jig that you see I've already have a trailer on because I'm sure I've done a video on this some other time, I'm sure, with this particular trailer. That or I'm just trying to see if this trailer works. So I'm going to look at this one to see if I've tied it.
Matthew says, Matt says, new meaning, old school gamer.
That's it, baby. Yeah, Matt and I met gaming. I don't want to lose my viewers here, but there's just 4 of us in this intimate setting. We met, this is tied to, we met playing Halo. And for any of the replay crew sees this, don't disown me. I was chasing him around on a little vehicle called a Ghost.
Nothing wrong with gaming is what Jake says.
What was that?
Nothing wrong with gaming.
Yeah, I was chasing him in our little vehicle called the Ghost in Halo. And he was running for his life. And I said, why are you running? Why are you running? And he says, because I don't want to die, bleepity bleep. And it was freaking hilarious. And from that point on, I knew I liked him. He cracked me up so hard, I don't remember if I ran over him or not. Now, this jig has not been tied. I'm going to go through again real quick here, guys. And
he was laughing his butt off.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. You know, playing with Matt, man, that was a freaking blast.
Jake says, if I ever figure out how to pick up my system, I will game again. LOL.
Let me tell you, gaming was fun. You know, I met a lot of good people gaming. My group in life is a small group, very chosen very specifically. And for that, I just don't have a lot of people in it that I trust, but Mr. Matt is one of them. He's been a very good friend for many years. Jay Carr is a freaking awesome friend. So, part of my circle. Of course, I got to throw the wife in there, Mrs. CT. I mean, I trust her for the most part.
For the most part?
Making sure I don't get hit with a throwing shoe. You all hear her laughing. I can't tell where this one's tied or not. Is this one tied? Ow, hook sharp.
I don't know, the hook sharp.
Yeah, the hook is sharp. I don't think this one's tied.
I've asked if you need extra set of eyes, but no.
You mean extra eye?
No, expert set of eyes.
Oh, expert set of eyes. Okay, this one is wire tied.
Jake Carr says behind every good man is a great woman. You're right on.
See, I tested this one by just trying to turn the jig, and apparently this one did not get wired because I was able to turn the skirt. Whoa, no, wait, there's wire there. Why was I able to turn the skirt? Or was it my imagination?
Isn't there a song?
No, it was my imagination. It's good to go. Just mess with you, Matt. Um, Wired. Yeah, guys, sorry. I planned on being on a lot earlier, but things went to crap. We end up having to eat. So I know this is going to be a stream where people just wander in and out. Yeah, I know for the replay crew it's going to get boring, but all you'll need to do is ask me some questions and I'll try to fill them up, fill them in wherever I go along the way. It's kind of a play around stream, the first stream I've done using the laptop. So I'm trying to get it figured out. I'm going to move on to StreamYards, try to get StreamYards figured out, trying to decide whether I want to do an actual plan for StreamYards or stick to the free. I know a lot of folks I watch stick to the free. It seems to be plenty for them. I'll probably do that, but I want to at least investigate whether I want to do something else. And I'm trying to see if this one has been, this one with a nice little trailer has been wire tied. So that's good. I think I did it last time. I want to say I remember having to go around the trailer last time. What happened is some of my wire tying has got so freaking pretty. I didn't see that it was there.
Are you going back and redoing stuff again that you already did?
Trying to, holy crap, that one's done pretty too.
Ooh.
I've actually done good work in pets. This is kind of my take on a peanut butter and jelly. As you can see there, I call it school lunch, but it's kind of my take on a peanut butter and jelly. They're kind of a good brown and purple. And the autofocus on this camera is a bit goofy. I'm gonna have to work on the settings. This is only like the second or third time I've used this camera, so I'm a bit off there.
But you can see it a lot better than you could on those other lives that you did retype.
Okay, she's saying like y'all can see it a lot better. Okay, I think the autofocus though on the mobile was better. Let me see what this one is. I don't think I've done this one. This is another one that's this one, if I believe, I call this one, if I'm right. Yeah. After an old Seeger hit, Night Moves. This is my version on a black, blue, purple. It's going to be kind of hard to see. As you can see, it's got like a little bit of the blue strands in there, along with some black with purple flake. I call it Night Moves. Oh, it's going to be a beautiful cold water bait in the winter and a good night bait as well. That's where I've stopped on these, I think. I think I stopped at Night Moves. I'm going to see what the next ones have. Yeah, I'm going to start to get into the swim jigs next. Yep, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm freaking at. Okay. So that leaves me 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 in this box, and then a ton of others. So let's get on to the night moves here. Another one I got to work around a trailer on. Yeah, I've got these prepared for Matt. The goal was to get Matt a good starter kit on some other bass stuff and some other techniques that he could learn and go along and, you know, maybe master the drop shot, master the Nico rig, Ned rig, other stuff like that. And, you know, some jigs, swim jigs, chatterbaits, you know, some other of these nice, like little handy skirted baits. Got a custom made buzz bait in here too. Whole bunch of stuff. What y'all don't know is we were displaced by a flood. And so I had to go through a lot of my storage stuff and find out what I could part with and what I couldn't. And there was a lot of stuff in there that was solid, good stuff. And I didn't want to just chunk it. So I'd been promising Matt some tackle, and I looked through some of it, and I'm like, you know what? He could use this. Now, the trick is, like I said, it's all good tackle. Don't get me wrong. Um, as you start to learn over the years, you'll start to get your own fishing identity. And when you do this, when you get your own fishing identity, you may find baits that work best for you and baits that don't. You may try some stuff and say, well, it's a good bait, but it's just not my style. And then you'll kind of put it on the back burner, right? A lot of these baits are good baits and they catch a lot of fish for a lot of people, but they're not my personal style. And that's not the jigs we're tying here. The jigs we're tying here go, that's the creme de la creme, that's the good stuff. And so what's happened is I'm going through and tied him a bunch of jigs. All these jigs that you're seeing, all this is hand tied. I layered every freaking one of these. And so I'm combining it with a bunch of other tackle and sending it Matt's way. Huh.
Each sucks is now and I have that in my head all day long, working out my night moves. Jake versus me too, and then Jake comes back and says, working on our night moves, trying to make some driving moves, working on our night moves.
You know what? Let me tell you something about that little song, Night Moves. They got away with something in that song they wouldn't get away now. Talking about peaks all up high, all up nice and high. You wouldn't get away with that now. That song then, though, that song was then. It was. Oh, hello. I need to bring this up a bit.
What'd you do?
Oh, my little holder wire here dipped down in my way where I need it to. No, oh, wow, that's why I got that trailer on there. So, oh my gosh, this is just not working. My little guide wire here is not working because that trailer's in the way.
Do you take the trailer off, or is it gonna?
I don't want to take the trailer off. I want him to have this trailer for this one.
What are you? What is that trailer? I can't tell from here.
This trailer, I think, is made by Netbait. It's not a pot. No, it's not made by Netbait. It might be made by Netbait, but it's not one of the pocket or chunk crawls. It's going to be another one. But it's just a simple trailer, simple little chunk trailer. No, not Netbait. Big Bite Baits. This is a Big Bite Baits chunk trailer. I've been out of that part of the game so long that I've forgotten some of what I need to know. Yeah, it's a Big Bite chunk. They make some good underrated trailers, by the way. They really freaking do. Big Bite makes some good products. They bailed me out of a night tournament one time. We had pre-fished this one particular dock. Lit up dock, you know how I am at night. And we had pre-fished it. We'd basically thrown the kitchen sink at it and needed something new. What?
Versus told my mom not moves or dance stuff, LOL. Matt comes back and says, working on my night moves.
Tell you, I love this color, Matt. I love this color. The second I came up with this, I'm like, ooh, I gotta do that one for Matt. Love this night moves. And it's not only going to work at night, it's going to work, during off color or cold water. And the reason why a lot of the crawfish go to a darker molting pattern during cold water. So during the winter, they'll get a lot darker. And so that's why you'll hear of a lot of anglers using black blue during the winter, especially when it comes to jigs. And this is why. Matt, I don't know if my big fat mouth or my back or my arms are going to allow me, but the goal is to get the rest of your stuff knocked out tonight or today. It's not time to me because my mouth won't be moving like this come Monday. Come Monday, I'll probably be cussing a dentist.
Oh, Ron, I have a question for Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Can you ask him how he's feeling?
Yes, yes. Miss CT has a good question, Mr. Matt. How are you feeling, kind sir? I know the last time we talked, you weren't doing terribly great. How are you feeling, sir? The world wants to know how the moo cow is feeling. You still there, Matt? Matthew. We'll see
He
if
might be gaming right now.
Hey, that's not unlike him. That's not unlike him to have his console going to the side and just messaging back over here on his mobile. That's not completely out of touch there. See how this one, guys, if you can see that trailer hanging just beneath the skirt there. Yeah, that's a big bites trailer for sure. See if I can get a good image of it. Oh, it's a smoke with purple trailer. And so it works on the back of this night, moves real freaking well. That's going to be a fish catching machine.
That's a big order.
Yes. Yeah, it is. Especially when you see how many baits I have left. So how are you feeling, Mr. Matthew?
I'm good.
You're good? Okay, good.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, dude. I was worried about you. That's faux show. Seems like me and all my buddies are falling apart. Except for Aaron.
It says what? I'm not sure it is. Okay.
Oh, let's see here. What? Oh, it come. For some reason, this one's being difficult. I want to make sure that I separate it good. What I'm trying to do is separate it so that I don't tie the bottom half to the top half.
It says
Multitasker. Yeah. I know it. I figured homie was gaming. Yeah, I know this is going to be boring to the replay crowd and whatnot, especially the replay crowd that aren't going to be in here to ask questions. But I figured if folks want to jump by and talk and just shoot the bull, we could do that. Just, we're trying to build an online community here and want to just give the folks a chance just to sit and talk and hang out. And what?
Captain's on a bunny hunt.
Captain's on a bunny hunt. Go get him, Captain. Go get him, Captain. Captain is J Car's very sweet puppy dog who talks to me whenever I'm on the phone with her. He's a good puppy. Very smart, very talkative puppy. I love talking to dogs. I know exactly what they're saying. It's a superpower.
J Car says, boy, does he.
Hey, you're a good dog. He and I like to chat. Ain't nothing wrong with chatting with a puppy dog.
Miscolored butthole flaps. I'm not sure what that's about.
What?
Miscolored butthole flaps.
Miscolored butthole flap.
Oh, that's funny.
What the hell? Who said that?
Matthew. Jake asked what?
Matt,
Wow.
do I really want a picture of this, Matt?
He said not his helmet.
Oh, his elk.
I don't know what any of that means.
I'm not sure I want to know.
She says to I.
I'm supposed to be tying jigs, and now I can't even get this thing in here straight. Talk about wheels getting shot off. Matt, what the hell are you? That's not the ailment we talked about you having last time we talked, Matt. You got Mrs. CT over here coughing up a lung. Miscolored bottle. I'm not sure I want to.
I'm not sure either.
I can tie jigs of different colors. I'm not sure I can help you with that one. I'm not sure I can return your butthole flaps to the same color they're supposed to be. I'm not sure I would attempt to do that.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, that's the best one yet.
Now I know what Money Bass feels like when I get in his chat and stir up crap. No, Matt, you haven't done near what I did to Money Bass the other day. For y'all that haven't known, I turned Money Bass's chat into a freaking free-for-all the other day. Ended up talking about VD and fishing all at the same time. I really did a number on his chat. I'm sure he loves me for that. He'll probably never have me on again. But dang it, it was fun.
Remind me not to look at those photos.
Yeah.
Kind of like groundhog races.
Oh yeah, let's don't talk about groundhog races. Or not groundhog, greyhound.
Greyhound, I'm sorry.
Don't want to know about the greyhound races. Y'all do not want to know about the greyhound races. Jay Carr's heard that story.
Matthew says, tie takes a bell.
Damn it, Matt, you did it again. I will get this jig freaking tied. Oh, man. As I get older, I tend to have random memory bubbles, as Jay Carr and I call them. Just random thoughts just come to mind out of nowhere. Yeah, I just remembered one time when my father and I took Mrs. CT on a special birthday trip to one of our favorite rivers. And we were on the way there late at night because we always get out of town late at night for some stupid reason. We never get out on time. And on the way there, we saw like 3 shooting stars in a row. I don't know if it was during one of the big asteroid times of the year.
I don't know what he wanted to do. He says how to not get VD while fishing.
Yeah, it wasn't how not to get VD. It was that don't cross me in my spots. I guess I'll tell that story. So I went out with a guide buddy one time because it was crappie spawn time of the year. And went out on my home lake just because at that point, the place that normally rented boats on the lake wasn't renting them at the time. And I've got a guide buddy that says, why rent the boat when you can get the boat and the monkey too, meaning himself to drive the boat. So we went ahead and got him on the agreement that he went to the spots we wanted to go to, not the guide spots, our spots, right? So we go to said spots. And we tear them up. We have a great day. And it's one of those weird spawns where everything's spawning at the same time. We had bluegill beds, bass beds, catfish beds, crappie beds, all in the same area at the same time. And it was supposed to be a crappie spawn trip, and there was plenty of crappie, and we caught plenty of crappie. And okay, you need so what happened is, as I try to get all this taken care of, we go to our spots, tear them up, have a great time, and then, as my little handiwork here has stopped holding the skirts back, Um, damn it. Sorry, guys. I got to figure out a way to. What the? I'm getting pop ups during a freaking live stream. I apologize, guys. No. Uh, okay. Reading. I'm sure. Oh, I got a freaking ad pop. Yeah, that was crazy. Anyway, so like I was saying, we go out to our spots. My god buddy apparently didn't know about them, right? So he was shocked that I had all these places. I mean, it was my home lake. I'd only fished it ever since I was a kid. Knew the lake like the back of my hand. I fished every damn corner of it since I was a kid. And so we're out there fishing. He's, surprised that we know all these spots, and I'm just taking him to wherever my heart's content. Well, fast forward about, I don't know, 6, 8 months, and there was a new lake annual, like a nationwide publication that's like an atlas of lakes and gives you lake maps and gives you tips and like spots that are submitted by guides. I thought, I'm going to buy it, look up my home lake, look up some other lakes, just see what's there. Not that I need it, but thought I'd buy it for fun. I'm looking through it on the way to checkout, right? I see my spots and my home lake dotted. Thinking, that's weird. These are really undercover spots. And next to the number, it gives you like a color code and a number, what species, what time of year, and everything to look up. So I look at it. They were submitted by my guide buddy for crappie spawn. Credit to him. He gets paid for giving that stuff to the freaking annual. Me, I was pissed because I know darn well he didn't know about that spot, so I took him there. Right? So I see this, I lose my crap. Before I'm even out of the store, I'm calling him. And I'm like, what the actual, you know what? And he's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I never gave anything to anybody. I'm like, okay. So the Lake Annual people just made this the hell up and just attached your name to it. Is that what you're telling me? What? Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, that's what you're telling me. So needless to say, he owed me a little bit there because he screwed me. Now, what does that have to do with VD? Well, he might not should have taken my advice on who he could hook up with. I'll leave it at that. So then, when it starts to burn like it's going to fall off, well, he might not should have given my spots away. Just saying. So he might have got a check for giving my spots away, but he had to go get checked. And that is why you don't take somebody else's spots, and that's what it has to do with VD. I know, kind of a rough explanation. So Money Bass's stream found out about that. It ended up pretty funny. I worked with too short of a tag here. No, it's just bent from where I have the pliers. Like I said, if this is boring, I understand, guys. I understand if y'all filter in and out. This was just something I could do on a Saturday and try to include y'all. That way, if y'all had any questions or wanted to BS around or whatever have you. Just a shoot the bull session, sit around the campfire, the old virtual campfire, and just tie some jigs and talk some crap.
Um, yeah, he said, I'm curious for a friend. And then Jake Carr says, that's annoying. He says, I'll be quiet, Carr. I know I can be. And Jake comes back and says, Matt, no need, just joking with you. Nick Scott says, dang, remind us not to mess with you.
Yeah, I didn't mind my guide buddy having the spots, don't get me wrong, because, he's a buddy, right? I shared that kind of thing with my buddy. What I did mind was him getting paid to share them with everybody.
Kind of sad in the back.
Yeah, it was. Sorry, guys, I'm getting a tag in that got mixed in here. Back out of the way. So yeah, he had to get dealt with. He got dealt with. I'm not normally that kind of guy, but these are spots that I had curated over decades of fishing my home lake, and you just don't do that to a buddy. I give them to him knowing that he might take a trip or two out there, like with his guests, and that was fine because he gave us a reduced rate on the day, so that he could compete with what the price would be of us renting our own boat. And then he goes out there and he takes those spots. It's like, that's not how that works. That's not how any of that works. He could take his people there all he wanted, but to hoe him out to everybody who goes to Walmart and buys an Atlas, that's not how any of that works.
The best part of that trip was the puppy, anyway.
Oh yeah, Mrs. CT brings up something from. We almost ended up with a dog from that trip. He had this cute little Boston Terrier, adorable Boston Terrier, that could sing on command. He would give her a name, go sing, sing, and she, with a little smushed up face, cutest thing you ever saw. And she wanted to go home with us, and he wanted us to take her home. At the time, we couldn't, so we didn't. But she wanted to. She wanted to come home with us. She was a good dog. I left just a couple of strands hanging a little extra long there in the back. You can trim them if you want, Moo. Otherwise, that is one done night move there. Now we're starting to get on to the swim jig part of the program, which is going to be a bit more complicated. This, I forget the head this is on. I think it's on a Boss head. Let me get the name of this one. Really, that is it, isn't it? Oh, that's because my purple is so subtle. See that little bit of purple there in the back? Might be a little hard to see that little light purple. This is a table rock shad. Love table rock shad. Table rock shad is a very, very underrated color. I use it on crankbaits. I use it on spinnerbaits. Use it on swim jigs like this. Oh, table rock shad is gorgeous. Whenever you need a light shad pattern, which is a bead of purple, table rock shad is the way to go. Now, unbeknownst to you guys, I'm going to share a story, and for whoever keeps on this long deserves to hear it. And replay crew, it goes for you too. I'm sure you guys don't know that there is a color that I once tied that got basically ripped off by all the major companies. If you guys ever see, do you mind seeing if one of those peaches is cold enough, baby? If you do that on me. There's a color of crankbait out there that's called like long ear sunfish. Some people call it kind of pumpkin seed. They can kind of go between the two. It has a lot of the bright neon blues and orange underbelly. Sorry, guys. It's a beautiful rendition of a breeding long ear sunfish, which if you guys haven't seen a breeding long ear sunfish, look up the colors. They pop. They're freaking gorgeous. Now, I had met that color while fishing one of our local lakes that has super dark, muddy water during the summer. And it seemed like the bass were keying on that color because that neon orange and blue, they could actually see underneath all that dark water. And I just, thank you, babe. I lost all those other strands there. And so the bass were keying on this, and I contacted Kelly Barefoot, the great Kelly Barefoot of uh, Catch Outdoors, not Catch Cove, Catch Outdoors. You can look them up online. Makers of the great Jack Slap. By the way, Matt, you're going to be getting a couple of those too. And so, and by the way, Matt, when I'm done with this, I still got to inventory everything. I got everything inventory, but I got to put it. I got to make sure I haven't misplaced anything. I got to get it all put in the box. So anyway, I saw the bass keying on this particular color and seeing that they were chasing this particular color and thought I really need to get some of that. So I asked the great Kelly Barefoot. At the time, he was doing a lot of custom painting, and you can still get some of his custom painted baits. What's the name of that company, babe? The big bait place we visited. Excite baits, Excite lures. If you look up Excite lures, they have some beautiful, beautiful hand painted square bill XB crank, what they call XBs. Crank, I think it's XB50 is the model. Kelly Barefoot hand painted those things. Gorgeous, gorgeous patterns. So anyway, back in the day, all he was doing was custom painting. He custom painted my say face mask for tournament days. Did a butt ton of custom colors for me. Pardon me, extension tubes on that side of my face are screwed up because of that too. And so I gave him this color to paint, right? He gave him a few pictures because I caught a few of those fish I could show him. Got them to him. He did a freaking knockout, magnificent job. So he's fishing a Pro-Am tournament with a guy, a lot of you guys that follow professional bass fishing may know, Mike Iaconelli. He was fishing a Pro-Am tournament with him somewhere on the East Coast. And Mike Iaconelli saw this particular bait and says, oh, I got to have me a couple of those. So I get a call from Kelly saying, hey, would you mind if Ike took home a couple of these? At the time, I was a fan of Ike. I was flattered, said absolutely. So he sent me mine, yada, yada, yada. Sooner or later, they didn't have the same working sponsorship relationship. Ike went on. Everything ended amicably between those two, as far as I know. But then I'm on my mobility scooter going down the hallways, down the aisles of Bass Pro Shops one day. And I see a color that catches my eye. I'm like, that looks a lot like my. I back up, and sure as hell, made by Lucky Craft, one of the famous 1.5 crankbaits out of the Mike Iaconelli series. What is it? My long-ear sunfish. So, what was a classic, personal, custom-made pattern was stolen by one of the great companies out there. Now, did I end up buying some of the Lucky Craft 1.5s in my color? I'm a tackle whore. Of course I did. And I don't blame Lucky Craft. But it's a color. And colors are hard to keep secret, and colors are hard. You can't really, in the fishing industry, you can't really copyright or trademark colors. You just can't. So because of this, he got the color and they got the color. And now you can find a similar color in Strike King, in a lot of different baits. A lot of different baits have come up with it. I was bitter about it for a while. And then I just said, screw it. Because I know how it goes. You know, and I don't fault Kelly. Kelly's a freaking awesome dude, and I highly recommend his baits, guys. If y'all ever get the chance to go to his site, Catch Outdoors, He makes a bunch of fantastic products. He has a great top water called a Mach. Freaking Mach is great. I think it's a Mach 70. And then there's a his Jack Slaps, his original Danny Joe's Floating Worms. For any you Ned guys or you wacky worm guys in the spring, Spawn and Pro Spawn, Post Spawn, they're freaking awesome. So anyway, I highly recommend the baits. He produced the first ones. I wish they weren't in storage. I wish I had wanted to. I could literally go through my stuff and show you. Maybe one day I'll find them and do a video on them. Show you the very, very first breeding long hair sunfish ever painted on a crankbait. Now, damn near everybody does them. They're great colors, and there's some great companies that make them. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, it's a color. Nothing I can do about a color.
Matt has a question about the one that you're dyeing right now.
Yeah.
He wants to know if it'll work in Michigan.
Dude, everything I'm sending you should work in Michigan. I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Matt. It's all about the confidence. If you have the confidence in the bait will work no matter what it is, generally speaking. And table rock shad, a lot of your clear water up there, homie, I guarantee you table rock shad is probably not a color that's used a lot up there. But when you run into any kind of clear water or even remotely clear water, dude, this thing will get annihilated. Table rock shad will get, because table rock shad was built for Table Rock Lake, which has a lot of good clear bass water, right? I'm out of the Ozarks. That swim jig right there, I'm going to leave that skirt a bit long on this one. I'll say that I might trim just a wee bit off of it. I think I will.
Jaguar wants to know what fish you use for.
This is strict. Well, I say strictly. This is a bass bait. Will things like muskie, pike also hit it up north? Absolutely. They're pissy fish. They'll see it. They'll like it. They'll think it's sexy and they'll jump on it. But it's a bass bait. Now, I'm going to have a lot to clean up after this. I'm going to go and I'm just going to.
Says, oh, I know you. You tell about how you looked up info for up here.
Yes. Yes. When I started building these baits, a lot of these other crawl baits that I built for Matt, I looked up species of crawfish that lived in Michigan, around where Matt lives, and copied these patterns after those photos. So I've done my research like I do with everything else, and I'm trying to give them the best stuff. Now that right there, and see how it looks like a little bit of frillies here on the undercoat sticking out? That looks shabby, but it's not. It's for purpose. They're tighter, and they hang up shorter cut, so they give a bit more flutter to this bait whenever it swims through the water. That is a swim jig. You put a trailer on the back of it and just slow retrieve back. Resembles a bait fish and will get annihilated. But anything I send to Matt from up here or from down where I'm at, anything I'm sending in this care package will catch fish where he's at. Now this one is going to be a bit harder to tie because I don't have the hardware on it yet. There's a couple of these. This is a swim jig without a hook. Why? It's hard to see right there under the frillies, but there's a little split ring right there. And on this, I'm going to attach a hook where all he has to do is attach a trailer. And at that point, this thing becomes four-wheel drive and will swim through the deepest, nastiest stuff, whether it be weeds, timber, whatever. I'm going to put a special hook on it that holds a bait on good. It's a must-have grip pin hook, which has a little pin up at the nose of the hook, up near the eye, that keeps the bait from sliding down all the time. Then he's basically going to Texas hook a trailer behind it, and it becomes a freaking four-wheel drive swim jig. Now, one or two of these I've already done. It does not look like I've done this
So
one.
what's the difference in swim jigs and jigs, like as far as like different types of structure you could use them around?
Okay, is that your question?
That's my question.
Okay, Mrs. CT asked, what's the difference in the type of jigs and the structure you use them around? Let me go into that. Swim jigs, depending on the swim jigs, you can throw them through anything. Milfoil, hydrilla, timber, rocks. You can use them pretty much anywhere. The same thing goes with regular bass jigs. The difference is going to be what they're made to resemble. Swim jigs are made to resemble forge or like actual, I got to get this on the right side, guys, one second. They're made to resemble bait fish, whether it be this thing, guys. I'm trying to figure out how to get this on there. They're made to swim jigs are made to resemble bait fish like bluegill, shad, herring, fish like that bass will eat, crop even. To whereas regular bass jigs can have those bait fish colors, but they're fished on the bottom and made to resemble crawfish. The reason why you would have a bluegill or a shad color on a crawfish is kind of a color association, where the fish will see it, it'll be a familiar color, and they'll want to eat it because of that. That's why you use that color on the bottom. But it resembles a crawfish, especially with the trailer you pair it with. They have claws that come up kind of in a prone fighting position. Leads the bass to believe, hey, this crawfish wants a piece of me. They get into a pissing contest, and well, the bass will win. You can fish them around the same structure. The trick is with rocks, if you're fishing a bottom jig, that resembles the crawfish, you want the kind of jig you generally want to use around rocks, though, is a football head. It's because it has a wider base. You want that wider base to keep it from falling into the grooves of the rocks. That fatter football, imagine a football turned horizontally rather than vertically, that keeps you out of the nooks and crannies of the rocks. It kind of keeps you on the top of the rocks to resemble a crawfish that's kind of crawled out from underneath them. So that's why I use those there. Whereas the bottom, whereas the other jigs, you'll be swimming up across the tops of them. I'm trying to get this bottom layer all out of the way. If you guys think these are complicated, wait till I get to one of the spinnerbaits I tied up for Matt. Holy hell. Spinnerbait's a 2-layered spinnerbait that is crazy. I don't even know how I'm going to tie the thing. Don't know if I'm going to have enough room to tie the thing, but I'm going to try to tie the thing. I may have to go to braid to tie it, and I really don't want to go to braid. I prefer wire tying all these baits. I'm going to ask Mrs. CT. You looked up. Oh, okay. Making sure I'm keeping up with that stuff. Here's what I'm going to do. Mrs. CT, can you do me a favor for a minute?
What?
Can you try to unravel this for me, please? I'm going to pitch it to you.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to do
Okay. I'm going to start using some of the other wire as Mrs. CT works on that one, just because that one's going to take me forever to freaking work on. Whereas here, I can start tying. I have one spool of wire that is all gone to crap.
What does it give me to do?
I'm about to just cut through this other one. I need you to unravel this, please. Can I pitch it to you?
No, because I won't catch it.
Okay, it'll be right here then.
Oh.
I'm going to go ahead and take this other one apart. I'm just getting a point on that spool where I can't untangle it anymore.
Okay. Looks like my hair.
That's angled.
I found another at the bottom of this one.
This is ridiculous. Okay.
So I gave it to you. I figured y'all speak the same language.
Wow, that was hateful.
I didn't say anything wrong.
You said me and this wire spoke the same language?
Yay, I thought.
That's okay.
I know you guys weren't sitting around to see this, and I apologize.
Alicia.
I'm done. I got this one.
Oh, well, no, that's what you're saying.
But yeah, all these colors should work there, Matt. No problem. Ooh. Yeah, I know it's kind of slow in here, guys, but it's meant to be just a laid back, screw around, do nothing kind of a stream, just hanging out with my folks, tying some jigs, and if an occasional question comes up or whatnot, y'all can feel free to talk amongst yourselves or BS or whatever have you. I'm just trying to get some jigs tied for my boy and some spinner baits and some all kinds of some good stuff so that I can get them off to him finally. Because after I do all this stuff, and that part won't be on camera, I'm going to go through the big spreadsheet that I made him on everything I'm sending him and make sure that I've got everything with it.
He's gonna send us a blueberry pie too, right?
Oh, hear that? Hear that, Matt? She said you're going to send us a blueberry pie as payback. Let me tell you something about Matt. Matt is a wonderful cook as well. Man has sent us some pictures and some of the stuff that man can make. The man is a literal chef. I don't know, getting a blueberry pie here before it goes bad may cost as much as getting all this stuff sent off to him.
I'll just send it to him and what they send him like a mess medication in, and he can send it back to you.
Yeah, let's see here.
Okay. I think I made this worse.
What'd you do?
I think I made it worse than it was in the beginning.
I don't have to cut a bunch off and lose a bunch because you're.
This is bad.
I gave it to the wife to untangle, guys, and she made it worse.
This is Matthew says me.
Boom. I can't say exactly what he used to say when he come online, but it was somewhere similar, and I know he remembers.
Don't want this off YouTube, right?
Yeah, can't be getting demonetized. Even though I've had to hold up on some of the comments I've made to some folks in my comment section that were, not friendly, I've had to be careful for YouTube's. Okay, let's fold this down now. Ooh. Get my little wire tie undone there. What I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to identify which ones are these, and then I'm going to set those aside so that I can holy
What
shoot.
was that?
Did y'all catch that? That jig was so hot, it just jumped off the vise and attacked me. I'm going to need your help over here to grab it from underneath the table. That thing just jumped the hell off and attacked me. I know y'all will be going back clipping my butt jumping from that thing. That scared the piss out of me.
Oh.
That thing just jumped right off the freaking thing and come back at me.
What it did. Worse than it was.
We're gonna have to find the knot, cut it, and use it because I can't lose that.
Okay, I'm trying.
I know it's over here at this side over here.
I know.
Well, guys, that was a bit of delay game.
Oh, it's way underneath there. How am I supposed to get to that?
Don't look at me. Here, you want me to kick it towards you? I kicked it a little bit more.
That didn't help any.
Listen to what that's here.
Okay, let's see. Oh,
Should I turn the camera over there so everybody can see her bending over?
Pick it up out of the floor. I think you're not trying to make that kind of video.
I know y'all heard that mess. Okay, so I'm going to tie the rest of these, and then I'm going to come back to this one and put this one together. That one has to have the split ring and the hook attached. I've looked through, and I think that's the last of the swim jigs that are like that right now. I could have swore I had more than that in here for him, though. They may be in one of the other bags.
And Chuck Stillwell says, what kind of pad and hook do you use to your stuff?
Oh, very good question. Thank you, Chuck. It depends on, as I'm looking at this one, making sure this one's done.
Jake sent me thinking I'll need to see that question as soon as I.
Thank you, J-Car. I appreciate that. This one's got to go too. Okay. I thought I had that one. Guys, I missed some.
What are you missing?
I missed a lot of jigs that I thought I had tied. One moment, sir. I'll get to that question. I'm wanting to see how bad I screwed up. That's what I did. That's what I freaking did. Okay. What happened is, the type of head depends on type of jig I'm tying. If I'm tying a skirt jig or a swim jig like this, I'll either be using something like this, like a boss head, which is that bad boy right there with the eyes and nice flat underbelly, kind of a pointed nose, because a lot of people like the bullet type, like an Outcast. This is a boss. The Outcast is pretty much a straight bullet head. A lot of my friends that I have that request swim jigs want the boss heads, or pardon me, the Outcast, which is the bullet shape. This is a boss. I personally like these. But you see how it has kind of the angled head there, and then the flat belly. It kind of swims up with that 60-degree line tie. That's what you want to kind of straight retrieve through cover. I also like that Echo Pro tungsten swim jig swinging head, which is this bad boy here. As you can see, the same 60-degree line tie, but it's horizontal as opposed to vertical. Same kind of flat shape to the underneath. These are especially good because once you replace the hardware on the back to get better hardware, they come through cover like a hot knife through butter. So swim jigs, I'll use the Outcast, the Bosses, and the Echo Pro tungsten swinging swim jig heads. Now for bass jigs, there's a Boss bass jig model as well that I like, but I'm very old school when it comes to regular casting jigs and flipping jigs. Give me the old Arky style. Love the old Arky style. Just a good kind of flat head with a small little crook shape to the top, the rocking horse kind of, where if you lightly pull on it, you can get it to sit up like this and make those claws stand up and look like a crawfish. Give me the old school Arky. I will occasionally put them on like a Boss football head, or like I did in a recent video, I love it like a smaller, more compact jig. The Kitech tungsten football head, love that as well. That's what I'll use for bottom fishing using the crawfish patterns. So excellent question. Thank you so much for that. I realized what I did a while ago is I went and I skipped a couple of spots And let me see why. What did I do there?
While you're going to figure that out, I also missed another one when I was helping you out. That was Mrs. Matthews saying, "Oh, just thought of it. Got to call it one of my night moves."
Yep, absolutely. See, that's what I did there. That's what I screwed up there. Um, I told you guys I knew I had more of those night moves, or more of the swinging swim jigs I hadn't tied. I skipped a spot. I skipped a spot. I skipped a whole line because I had two. Look at this box, guys. Chock full of baits, right? All these other baits are out, or missing spots are out in front of me. But even right there has baits. You just can't see it for the plastic thing on the bottom. But yeah, each one of these slots contains 2 to 3 jigs that I've tied up for him. And what happens, I had 2 slots for night moves. One was a swim jig, one was a bottom jig. And so I got done with the bottom jig and then skipped ahead the swim jig thinking I'd just done it. I hadn't. So we're going to go through and do those because I'm going to knock out every dadgum one of these freaking jigs. Hopefully without them all jumping out trying to attack me.
You mean like the hook did earlier?
If that jig did, yeah.
No, like I thought the hook did was earlier.
Oh yeah, the wife shanked me with a crankbait earlier. I was trying to fix it so the hook didn't get caught in the tray when she shut it. And she didn't, I don't know why she yanked it away from me. She yanked it away from me. And when she did, she hooked me, literally snagged me. And it hurt. Left a pretty good cut in me. And this one is one. This is another night moves, but it's a night moves of the swim jig variety.
I think you've already cut off of this in number place because it has like 3 different ends to it instead of 2.
I probably had, babe. Guys, I'm already getting tired. I can't be getting tired. I've got so many more baits to do. But I thank everybody for sticking with me.
Jaguar says news popped up. The Unabomber died in a prison cell.
Whoa. Whoa, that's kind of a heavy bit of information. Wow, that's nuts. Y'all want to hear well, that's the Unabomber. Never mind, that's not the other bomber. Ted Kaczynski, wasn't that his name? Wow. Well, that was bound to happen.
It says he was 81.
I didn't realize he was that old. I did not realize he was that old. Didn't they end up finding him in a cabin somewhere? Wasn't it Colorado or Montana or somewhere? Out in BFE. Wasn't it Colorado? Didn't they find him in the cabin in Colorado when they finally located him? I know somebody in the chat will know.
She says Genius crossed the line homicidal. He lived in a shack.
Yeah, I thought I remembered some kind of shack out in the mountains or somewhere. Oh, come on, get off of there.
It is Colorado.
That's what I thought. I remember, because I think the area of Colorado he was in wasn't too far from an area. I'm going to tell you guys, I've got like a bad habit of going on fishing expeditions and ending up where these crazy people are. Because if I remember right, where he was caught in Colorado was just right down the road from the last place I visited in Colorado. And then the other bomber, the Olympic Park bomber, I ended up being I ended up fishing in the woods in Georgia where he fished, or where he was camping, hanging out when he was on the run. And there was if y'all remember in the news, there was a fish hatchery they said he stole some of his meals from. The wife and I and a good buddy of mine from Georgia all fished right down the freaking stream from that thing. So when he was hiding out, when the Olympic Park bomber was hiding out in the mountains of Georgia, we actually fished in that same freaking area of where he was at. No joke. And then, like I said, the Unabomber, we were up there. I can find where the tag end of this is. I was in Colorado, not too far from where J-Car, somebody wants to look it up. I think it was Gunnison area, I want to say, up there, not too far from like the Taylor River and whatnot. And that's where I stayed last when I was in Colorado. So for whatever reason, I end up vacationing near these weirdos and don't find out till later that I'm vacationing near them. Yeah, right. I end up being near all the weirdos and don't know it. But whenever they showed the Olympic Park bombers hideout, and they end up showing that fish hatchery, I'm sitting there watching it on news going, I think I know that place. And sure as heck, it's where the missus and I went and a buddy of mine went, because when we saw it, beautiful freaking stream behind this thing, beautiful. And I remember going, man, I wish I could fish back there. That's freaking gorgeous. And little did I know, there was an unexpected guest back there. They thought it was a bear that had been breaking in. It wasn't a bear, it was freaking Olympic City bomber, or I keep saying Olympic Park bomber, whatever his name was again.
Oh.
Oh,
Getting closer?
yeah, I'm getting closer.
No, I'm getting closer.
Oh, she's getting closer. I thought she was saying I was getting closer. Let's see if this one needs to be trimmed. Now, a lot of these swing heads, I'm going to wait till I get the actual hooks on there before I decide. I'm not going to trim it till I have a hook on it. These things are real hard because of the hardware to get in here to find a place to hook them up on this vise. As you see, they're just wanting to pop out of there. And they're even hard to get my little skirt keeper up underneath. Hmm. Oh. I know I'm probably boring everybody to death, and I apologize. I know there's just a couple people in here, but I appreciate the fact y'all are in here more than you know. I really do. It's just made to be a BSing stream. Something to give me a little extra something to go along to get all this done, because I've got so much to do, and I plan on going till I'm done, so that I can then go through that manifest of stuff I have to send to Moo, and I can make sure I have it all identified and all there. Then I can ship it off to his bad arse, and he can get to fishing with it. Because yes, I am making sure that everything I send, he can catch fish in the far land of Michigan. Far, fair land of Michigan. Oh my gosh.
We need to go on a road trip where we visit Michigan
Careful.
and all our other places that we want to go to.
Yep.
We just need to take one big United States road trip.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. I would love to go visit J Car and Matt and a couple of our other gaming buddies that Matt knows about. We used to all kind of be on the same team. Get the band back together, play some more games, BS.
Oh.
That would be fun. Oh. Crap. Yes, ma'am.
Look what I did.
She got it done. She got it done.
There you go. You're welcome.
Now, guys, don't let my lack of skills fool you. There's going to be people out there that are a lot better at doing this than I am. A lot of them don't have the rust that I do. A lot of them have been doing it longer. Like I got something up with this one. I got to figure out what I did. No, I don't. I don't get anything wrong with it. I thought I did.
Uh-oh.
Thought I had something wrong. Thought I had it folded up there wrong, but I did not. Anyway, to reset, I know I haven't been resetting properly. A lot of people have been coming and going. If anybody has any questions, anything they want to know about the channel, about what I'm doing here tonight, anything like that, just let me know. And I've loosened my vise again.
For our Christmas list, you need to put another vice on it.
Huh?
You need to put another vice on your Christmas list.
Hear that? She thinks I need to put another vise on my Christmas list. Once I get it twisted down to a point, I'll just hand twist it the rest of the way. I want to make sure I keep it good and tight on the first few twists. Then I'll cut it off and I'll fold it down against the bottom. It's hard to show on here like this, but I get a good twist going. I pull it a few times nice and tight. And what you want to do is whenever you see me crossing them, when I go underneath the jig head, I cross them opposite way and keep them aligned on not one over the top, but one, the top on the top and the bottom on the bottom, and I keep them flat as I go around and twist them. Then I get to the end, pull tight, and then pull tight on those first couple of twists around, then hand twist the rest of them so that I can go ahead and lock it down. Then I cut it off and flatten the tag end down against the body. Then I take off my little keeper here. And voila. Get our swim jig. Make sure everything's in the bottom. It is. There we go. Another sexy bluegill. So I'm getting those swing heads out of the way so that I can tie up the rest. So now I've got the, can you slip into the bedroom and over there and grab that thing for me, please? So that's tied. So, oh, I need to keep it out though because of the hardware I gotta put on.
Oh,
We're not done the other. Guys, I tied these things so close to the heads, it's hard finding where I tied it. I didn't bit too damn good, to be honest. Okay, so I have all the swing jigs tied now. I just got to get to the rest of these. Then I'm going to put the hardware on those. So let's go ahead and go back to these now. That's that boss head with the Moogil pattern. Freaking love that Moogil. Matt, if you're still in here, I am so glad you sent that to me to tie. That was fun. It created a fun short too. I put the short on there for you guys. If you guys haven't seen the Moogil and how the Moogil was tied, take a look on the site and you'll see in my shorts about how a custom bass jig color was made. There's a couple on there. One of them's concerned the Moogil. It'll be the one with the bluegill. That's a picture that Moo Matt sent to me. And I got the Moogil made. Forgive me, I'm going to take one of my antibiotic here.
I missed one where J-Car said that the bomber was a genius, a math genius.
Uh-huh.
And then Matt said me too. I'm just responding to what you just said.
Gotcha. Yeah. A lot of guys like that turn that way are geniuses. And it gets weird. Gets real weird. Now, is this just cut off? Is it to be used to the separate little strand?
It just came separated. It was attached to the other.
Then it's probably another one that I've used. I'll use it up first.
All I can see is your contact pad. I can't see your eyes.
That's because I'm looking down. Gotta look down. I'm doing stuff. Speaking of doing stuff. Got to find my little tie thing. I've dropped down to 3. I'm sure I'm boring people out of their skulls, and I apologize. Thank whoever's here for still being here. Come on. Okay. Woo! This is just a BS fun time. And I'm not going to get many viewers. But I'm going to do it, hopefully, until all these are done. And once I get by this box here, I'm still going to have a ton of stuff to do.
J-Car says there is a storm rolling in. You may lose internet.
Gotcha. Appreciate the heads up. At that point, the missus is going to do all the heavy lifting here too. The fun thing with the missus is going to be keeping her awake, and I appreciate all your help, Miss J. Carr. You've been awesome. As always, you are a good friend. And I appreciate that more than you know.
I got 8.5 hours of sleep last night. I'm awake.
Hear that? The lady got 8.5 people. Or 8.5 people. 8. That did not come out right. She got out. She got 8.5 hours of sleep. Well.
You did not do that.
Oh, shite. The wire just broke off. Yeah, hoping I don't have to start from scratch on this one.
So what color is that one?
This is another Moogill.
Okay.
This is a Moogill swim jig. The other Moogills I went through were the bottom bouncing Moogills. This is a Moogill swim jig, which I am determined to salvage. And I am going to be able to salvage. I still have some skills. I can grab the tag ends here. This was on that spare piece of wire, so it might have been a bit flimsier than the other. Okay. Yeah, we had some storms this morning. I think it's part of what helped us sleep so much. I think, I don't know for certain. I do not know for certain. Okay, let's see where the Moogill swim jigs are supposed to go. Swim Moo. Right there, it says Swim Moo. Guys, I have to admit, I do a pretty decent box. Anybody that knows me, the wife will tell you, anybody that knows me, I freaking over organize my tackle. And every single box has labels, except for my Go tournament bag. My Go tournament bag does not have labels because it switches up per tournament. I'll take certain stuff out, put certain stuff back in, swap it, depending on lake, season, water temperature, all that good stuff, right? So my tournament boxes don't move. Everything else I have moves. And so what I'll do in all those is I'll go through and I'll be really anal about how I label things. And her crappie stuff is labeled. My other, one thing in my bass bag does get labeled, and that's my terminal tackle. It gets labeled. I'll change it up if I need to. If a new tactic stays off, like let's say I move away from flick shakes and move to Neds and want to swap out the flick shake heads with the Neds, I'll change all that up. But for the most part, it stays the same. Here's another night moves, but this is a night move swim head. I left these night moves pretty long.
You got 6 on right now.
Hello, everybody. For those new joining on, I am just having a BS session. Y'all have any questions, send them through. Mrs. CT will get them to me, or Miss J. Carr will. I want to thank Miss J. Carr for taking time out of her day to be a mod today. She's an excellent friend of the channel, a wonderful research assistant. All these stories that you guys have seen concerning Poche, concerning a Strassner, I've had the research help of Miss J. Carr and Mrs. CT to help me get that stuff together. I've done research myself. I've done a lot of talking with wildlife officials myself. A lot of the stuff I will double check myself just because it is at the end of the day my channel, and I want to make sure I try to get my best to get you guys the right information. If I screw something up, I will always come to you and tell you and fall upon my sword because I believe in being honest about it and being very forthright. But today what we're doing is we're tying jigs for a friend. And so I'm going, what did I just do? I got to talking is what I did. What I just did is I just used my, I tied it on there tight too. I just used my piece of wire that I used to tie the bottom half of the skirt up out of the way to just start tying the freaking skirt with. It was working, but I was going to get in the way of my stuff. So I'm trying to now get it where I can get all the little frillies out of the way. And this one I left shaggy. Woo! I left this one shaggy. You would have thought this one came out of the 70s. Holy crap, I left that one shaggy. But anyway, so I'm tying jigs for a friend, Mr. Matt, if he's still in the chat. Mr. Matthew Kim is what he'll come at. That's Moo Moo Matt, an old buddy of mine. This is a project that I started for him over a year ago of tying a ton of jigs, spinner baits, buzz baits, chatter baits, regular swim jigs, the bottom bouncing jigs as well, and a whole bunch of tackle that I had to send his way to get him started on the next part of his fishing journey there in Michigan. And so he's been a great friend for many years. So I thought I would get him some tackle. Man, this thing is so shaggy, it is not holding. All of it has come apart. And now the wire itself is broken. Okay, I've used that on so many. Now I'm back down to 4. I've used that on so many that I have busted the wire. I know I'm not going to have many folks here, but I'm going to go with what I have and keep chugging along because I've got to learn and I've got to do it. And I've got to get this done. And having folks watching and making sure I do it is fun. Hopefully I get to interact with some of you folks. Oh my goodness. What's going on there? Heard noises. Do I need to end it early? Do I need to end it early?
No, you're fine. I just have to be comfortable.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Guys, this thing has so many tentacles in its order. My freaking gosh. Guys, what am I going to do? I know, guys, it's like watching paint dry. And I appreciate you being here. Surely this one's going to be the worst one to do. What happens, I have such a thick skirt on this one that it's hard to find all the bottom strands and get them tied up out of the freaking way so that I can do what I got to do with the front or the top half. That, and I'm not going to lie, I'm a little tired. I wish I could edit this and get a lot of the extra out of the way. I may try to go back and do that at some point. There we go. There we go. Yay! Number 4 popped in just in time to see me get that done. Now we're going to tie this bad boy up. So I'm just running my mouth, talking to a handful of people while tying jigs. Any questions y'all have, feel free to ask. Make sure to say that if it looks like somebody else new might have come in. I'm just on a jig tying spree. I'm going to try to get all these done so that I can ship them off to Moo Matt. Moo. I promise you, man, I may take forever, but I'm going to get them done. I'm going to get them done, brother. I promise you. I just hope you catch a bazillion fish. I hope I can locate all those bags I inventoried of all this tackle. I'm gonna have to figure out which order I had them in, get them all sorted. Again, what?
Matt says, why did my parents get divorced? You want a question?
Because they take a one look at me on a ghost and they know it was coming. No, I'm teasing. Man, Matt gonna hit me with that. Matt gonna hit me with that. Dang, Matt going hard. Matt going hard. Leave it up to Matt to shoot my wheels off.
Thank you for the entertainment, Matthew. Oh.
Hear that? She says, thank you for the entertainment. I know I'm not being entertaining. I'm just tying jigs. I'm just tying jigs and BSing with buddies. Okay. Time to pull that two down tight and wrap it. I got to get this vise a little bit less from the edge. I'm going to drop it on a freaking foot. I'm going to tell you right now, that would freaking hurt. Another not move swim jig. Boy, Matt. Well, Matt, I wish I would have tied a bunch up for myself when I was doing all these, but I didn't. So I'm going to take half of yours. I'm not going to take. You're getting them all, baby. You're getting them all. But what I'm saying is some of these are so sexy. Even though I kept the recipes for them, I have a recipe book for all my jig layers, for all my different colors, saying how many strands of what and where in the jig it goes. That way I can go and I can reproduce them. Keeping good notes is something that is key whenever you're tying new patterns. You don't want to get a new pattern on there and be like, oh, son of a gun, how did I do that again? Keep a book. This drink is as old school as it comes from the 80s. Freaking knee-high peach. I'd look hard and high and low to find that. Little drink from my old childhood. Okay. You see how this one hangs? For a swim jig. I'm going to trim just a little bit off the end here. A bit short. But when it gets in the water, it'll lay back. It'll be fine. Now that's good. Where's not move swim jigs? Night move swim right there. That one's been done. That one needs to be done. That needs to be done. Whoops. What was that?
I don't know. Was that you?
That was not me.
No.
Oh, it looks like some people are getting ads, maybe. Some people may get ads. Please do me a favor. Click through them, bear through them. Any help the channel gets, I appreciate it. I'm sorry if some of you guys are about to get ads. I'm thinking that was it. Y'all still see me? Am I still on here?
You're still on.
Okay. I'm wondering because it just goes bloop at me and I didn't know what the hell it was saying. Let me look at something real quick here, guys. Okay, we're good there. Ooh. Power strip's a bit hot. Let me take a look at my, forgive me guys, I gotta check something. Okay, that's good. Sorry guys, hadn't done that before. I just want to see what was going on with making sure temperatures are anything good. I haven't done that before. with this. So I hope folks bear with me through the ads. YouTube's being YouTube. We're getting close to the end of this box, folks. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I've got 3 jigs to add the hardware to, and then we are at the end of this box. Looks like I've lost one person. What? Cousin. Yes, Matt, I caused a commercial. And I lost one person apparently because of it too. I am sorry. Oh well. I hate that. YouTube did YouTube things. YouTube got a YouTube. That's a new thing, is that YouTube is now doing ads during live streams. I'm sorry. Oh man. Man, these swim jigs I really built with a lot of frillies. Got a thick underskirt on these dead gum swim jigs. It looks like a firecracker.
Yeah, it's like out everywhere.
Okay, guys, unofficial poll question. Do you think Mrs. CT is high? She says this looks like a firecracker from the way it's hanging. I'm going to bring this down just a wee bit. Right here. She says this looks like a firecracker from the way
He
it's
says,
hanging.
hi, question mark, Dr. Reeves here.
Hey, Doctor Who, ladies and gentlemen. The aforementioned web genius is in the house. The man responsible for what knowledge I have on all this is in the house. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have the channel artwork, the logo, and any of the knowledge that I have. So Mr. Who is freaking awesome. Let me get this. Doctor Who is a bad, bad man. There we go.
Hi, Dr. Who.
She says, hello, kind sir.
He says he hears me back here.
Yep, Mrs. CT back there doing her mod thing. Miss J Car's in here as well. Pending storms.
Oh, she might fall out. She might have fallen out when she's fallen. She hasn't been up there a while.
Yeah, she was having storms about to hit her area. And her internet gets squirrely whenever she gets storms. So, but if anybody gets out of line, which I don't think there's enough people to get out of line, Doctor Who is a big mod here as well. He's got full-on nuke powers. He's the man. And I did not use StreamYards yet, Doctor Who. I was supposed to hook up with Oleg, and then I ran out of time. Mr. Oleg needed to go to worky work, and I was here doing this, so I didn't go ahead and play with StreamYards tonight. I'll play with StreamYards again some other time. I'm just doing straight YouTube. So just tying jigs and BSing with buddies. Any questions folks have, they can ask. And I'll try my best to answer, although I don't have childhood trauma answers like Mr. Matt asked. Dang it, Moo Moo, you're always good for a good joke, man. You should hear him on our private chats. Matt is freaking hilarious. He's a solid dude. He's been a real good buddy over all these years. Let's see here. Shite? That's not how that was supposed to work. Some of this wire is weak. Well, guys, I'm doing that one again. I'm not trusting that crap. This is going to go in the trash. I pulled on the wire to tighten it, Dang thing just freaking snapped on me, so that's a no-no.
Yeah, then Matt doesn't want that crap.
Yeah, I ain't giving any sub-standard crap to my boy Matt. See, I sit there and twist on that crap, and it does not a dang thing. It doesn't even begin to try to tear. Then I just go to tighten it doing this, and it freaking broke. Let's try this again. But the color here that I'm tying, I believe, is a level 42. No, this is an MCBB, is what we're calling this one. It's close, that's right. It does not have these chartreuse that the level 42 has.
What's an MCBB stand for?
I cannot say.
Oh. Okay.
That sounds like a mic. Oh, I'm saying certain keywords and my mic's wanting to turn on. That's what that sound is. Don't. Okay. I'm gonna try this one more time because I almost got a couple of my top layers pinned down to my bottom layer, and I don't want to do that. Guys, you're going to see lots of people on YouTube and on the internet that can tie these a lot faster than me. More power to them. I tend to be a bit slower because I have the rust off. I used to be able to tie these a lot faster. Or not, I'm trying to get the rust off rather. So there's that, and also I'm a lot more anal about how I do it, and I have a lot thicker skirts than a lot of people have. A lot of people tie really light, thin skirts, just like 20, 30 strands, 40 most. A lot of my skirts start with 40, and I've got skirts that go all the way up to 70 strands. And the reason being is I like a thicker profile, but still a shorter, smaller profile. So I like them short and stocky, especially on swim jigs. That way it makes it look like it's a good, heavy piece of protein for the fish to like. And at the same time, um, a good, heavy, sturdy piece of protein that's easier to catch. So it looks like it's better bang for their buck, right? If a fish catches up with if a big bass catches up with a shorter, stockier fish, like a short, fat bluegill, as opposed to a long, slender shad, he'll get more of a meal out of it. He'll want it. So that's what I tend to do with these jigs to make sure that I give them a profile that they'll hit, makes them want it a little bit more.
Chuck Stilwell says, do you ever use or tie hair jigs?
Yes, I do. Rarely. And the hair jigs I normally tie are for trout. I'll do trout and crappie, a lot of ultralight, a lot of micro, true micro, like 1/80ths, 1/100ths, 1/120ths, 200ths, small ones. I'll go up to about a 16th or an 8th. Maybe once in a while, if I'm going to be doing like something for a white bass, a sand bass, I'll go up to a quarter. That's what I do on hair jigs. With that said, I will do hair jigs for bass. For float and fly, I'll tie those too. I haven't gotten around to doing a tutorial on those yet on the channel, but you gave me a good idea with that, and I appreciate that very much. I do some of those, like I said, normally it's not just straight for bass. Normally it's for other species, but I will tie them depending on the circumstance. I had to stop a lot of my hair jigs. I'll still do some. I did the Roadrunner here, the famous extinct Roadrunner pattern on my channel. There's a video for that here too. You can find in my videos. So I will do those occasionally. I had to cut back on doing a lot of hair jigs because for whatever reason, when I'm doing close-up work with hair and chenille, and I'm getting in there tight doing the bucktails or the marabouts, I got this neurological issue with my eyes, and it'll get where I'll get blurred vision My face will go white and I'll get that cold feeling like you're about to pass out, get nauseated, whole 9 yards. Little known fact, I used to make and sell crappie jigs once upon a time, a very long time ago. And in doing so, that's when I learned I had the neurological issue and I had to stop because I was making them big batches at a time and sitting down for hours at a time. And I would get to where I would get so dizzy and so nauseated, I couldn't look at my freaking vise for like a week. I mean, I would think about it and I would get nauseated. Really weird thing with my eyes. So I've had to start kind of sticking. I'll still do the small stuff now and then, but for the most part, I've started sticking to the larger stuff like skirt layering, crappie jigs, like larger crappie jigs. The crappie jigs I was doing at the time when everything went crazy was ultralight and micro crappies. Like I was tying a lot of the 1/80ths because, believe it or not, crappie, when it's dog days this summer or it's cold winter, they will absolutely suck in those super micro jigs, and they were loving them. And that's what I was giving to them at the time. Let's see. Yeah, MCBB has a secret, super secret meaning. It's just a color that I used to win a particular tournament one time. Particular 2-day end of the year tournament. Won it running away on one of those awesome swing jigs I was showing you earlier, one of those Echo Pros, swimming it through dense cover. We'll look at how that one's tied. Yeah. Okay, that one hangs pretty good. MCBB swim goes right there. I'll try to show you this box, guys. Ouch. Hook sharp.
Well, don't hurt yourself.
Whenever it's done. Yeah, this time that wasn't her hooking me. That was me hooking myself. She really did, guys. She shanked me earlier. Wife abuse.
But if you ask how many guys or wives help them with their tackle, I bet you would not get a very many.
That's probably true. I'll shut up. One thing I like about this vise is, dang, it's freaking tight. I had that one pop out of me earlier because it is that tight, and I only had it held by a itty bitty little tiny place on this foot ring.
Sorry.
She's over there making extracurricular noises.
Knocking stuff over.
That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Sorry, the noises thing brought me back to a Dire Straits song. Not that anybody in here will get the Dire Straits song reference. Let me know if you do. If Moo Moo's still around, Moo Moo may get the Dire Straits reference. You play your guitar on your MTV. Okay. Holy crap, that popped loose too.
Is it something I broke?
No, it is on that thin piece of wire. I salvaged enough of it, it's still good. It's still tied, it'll still tie. But it just broke as I sit there and tried tying it. I know this is not the best stream idea. It's like watching paint dry, but if anybody has any questions, bring them forward and holler. I'll just do a bit of a reset there. J Car may have ran into storms. Mrs. CT was getting herself a drink, taking a quick break there. I'm just tying on jigs for a buddy and BSing with you guys and just hanging out. Yeah, I know there's not been a lot of people come through, but everybody that has, I want you to know how much I appreciate you and I thank you. Thank each and every one of you. As always, you guys rock. I'm on a marathon here to get all this stuff tied for Mr. Matt so that it can go in the mail to him and he can get his electronic copy of all the wonderful stuff I've put together for him. And he can go out fishing and then give us some reports on how he's doing on this stuff. What he likes, what he doesn't, and everything in between. That's a bit of a long skirt. I'm going to cut a bit. I'm going to have a mess here, guys, when all this is said and done. I think that's good. It's about where I want it. I want to look at something. If I have something here, I'll wait till later. Okay, guys, we are down to the last 2 jigs in this box to tie. I still got to put on hardware on 3 of the swim jigs, or the swing and swim jigs. Once I'm done tying these 2,
If I was a fish, I'd go on that hook.
thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Once I've got these 2 done, I'll put the hardware on the other, and then I got to move to the bigger stuff. A couple of the buzz baits that I have, spinner baits, even an old Moss Boss, I believe it is. I'm going to have to check the name on that. It's an old school bait. Was it a Moss Boss?
I think so.
It's an old topwater spoon. It's a plastic spoon with a little propeller in the center that's made to crawl across grass and hydrilla. And it has an old skirt on the back of it. So what I did is I put an old skirt, or I put a new skirt on the old bait and tore off the old one so that he would have a brand new fancy skirt. Now that bait is still made kind of. And I say kind of because it's not made in the it's not made like there's a new version of it and the old version of it's better. And what he's going to be getting is the original version that isn't made anymore. One that if somebody on, like, if you were to buy it on eBay, it cost you like $40 for an old $5 lure. So if you don't use it, Matt, just don't get hung up because it can help you. Matt with his question earlier, freaking trouble. You cracked me up, man. Let's get these last 2 tied, then we'll get the gear on the other ones. And then this box will be done and we can move on to the next part of the program. And while I have a lot of stuff in the next part of the program, I think, don't quote me, I think we'll be, oh no. Why did that do that? I had a lot of things just fall.
we're down to, I think it's 4:30. So you said we're down to 3 watching it now.
So, you know what doing this with this few of viewers reminds me of? There used to be an old preacher that used to be on TV. And I would see him sometimes, and he was one of those weird late night on TV preachers. He would just kind of stare at the camera and not say anything. And one time I called their little line and said, "Why is he just staring at the freaking screen?" And the lady that answered said, "He's mad because a lot of people have pledged donations and they haven't paid, and he's refusing to talk until they paid." And I remember thinking, okay, he thinks he's that enjoyable. Oh, and this just started moving again. He thinks he's that enjoyable that he can just sit there and stare until people pay. And then it blew my freaking mind. So I feel like with how quiet I'm going and how intense I am on just tying these baits, and I feel like I'm that guy just sitting there doing that. I'm just glad you guys are here. Anyway, it was freaking weird. He didn't stay on the air for a long time. Something tells me that people didn't pay. And a lot of programs like that, are paid programming where they have to pay for that TV time anyhow. So something tells me he didn't get paid and then they stopped. This thing moving on me has got to stop. I'll tell you that much right now.
Oh.
Thank you, loyal people, for staying in there. Okay, this is manageable now. I think my old vice has given up on me, and I can't allow it to give up on me before I'm done with this.
Do we have another vice here?
Not that I think will work for this. One of my strands come down, dang it. We got it out of the way there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Even though I'm grabbing all, we're down to 3. I'm sorry, folks. I know it's small. Let's see that low there. Okay.
So how many have you tied today?
How many have I tied today? I probably tied, I don't know, I'm guessing, two, let's say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 or something like that. Or 13, this should be 14. I still got a few to go. We'll get them. I'll see we're back up to 5. If whoever's new that just popped in hasn't been a part of this, we're just BSing, answering questions, a lot of watching paint dry as I tie jigs. Nothing huge and exciting. I'm just on a jig tying marathon here to get a bunch of jigs tied for a buddy that I've had promised to him for a while. And got a lot of live stuff coming up. And before I have to move on to other things, I want to make sure they're tied and taken care of and to him so that I can move on with some other stuff and adhere to my promise I gave him of getting all these done, because I do like to keep my word. And although it's been a long time coming, I want to get my boys' jigs tied. So, any fishing questions or anything you have for me? Just holla, holla, holla. As Paul Mooney would say.
He says, how long? Matthew?
Hey. It's been, okay. Okay, Matt. Okay, I know what you're referencing there. I promised him to tie jigs for a year, for over a year. The rest of the tackle has been in a year or so. Yeah. Shut up, Matt. Matt got to come up busting in here with all these facts. Matt got to come busting in here with facts. Who does Matt think he is? Let's see here. I'm just a man trying to tie a jig and letting jig fibers get away from me.
You start singing on us when they all want to shut up.
Yeah, I'm not a good singer. I'm the guy they bring into karaoke to make sure everybody else sounds good. I'm that guy that, people throw beer bottles at and walk up and get out and all that stuff. I'm that guy.
That still says, what's the color?
This color is a sexy shad, I do believe. Yeah, swim jig sexy shad. And I've got some smoke blue in there and whatnot, and some chartreuse and some shad belly white to get all that out of the way to make what I believe is a decent color. Okay, yes, sir. Yeah, this is a swim jig. Here's one just like what I just tied here, what I'm tying now. Kind of a sexy shad, the pearl shad on the bottom. You'll see some chartreuse there, kind of in the sides. And then you've got the blue on the top. Ads incoming, guys, in 45 seconds at the mark. Please stick with them. I beg you. I know it's a pain in the butt. Ads on live streams. Not my fault. It's what YouTube is doing, and they're telling me that they're about to smack y'all with some ads. So I appreciate if y'all stick with me. But yeah, this is a sexy shad swim jig. Love sexy shad. I also love an offshoot, which is a table rock shad. Big fan of table rock shad as well. Let me get this tied up here on the top. There we go.
Not even a good ad.
Huh?
It wasn't even a good ad.
Wasn't even a good ad, she says. I'm sorry. YouTube picks the ads and they do what YouTube does. YouTube be adding. They be adding. This thing must be misthreaded because I can't even get to lock on where I need to get to lock on.
We're gonna have to all pitch in and buy you a new device.
Yeah, guys. This would be going quicker if I had new vice. Would be going quicker if I had new vice. Oh my goodness. I got a bunch of 80 songs running through my head since I did night moves. I'm down to 2.
I think they're still on ads. You lost everybody for ads.
I can't blame them necessarily. Well, guys, I'm just fighting this. I want to make sure this one's on good. Okay, those are done. So now I get to start putting on hardware, which is going to be the more boring part of the show. So maybe it's the right time for folks to not exactly be here. Let me know when more people pop on. I'm going to start doing I need to start doing hooks. I might need your help.
You just spelled that wrong.
You spelled what wrong? Oh. Okay, what I need now is I need the split ring box and my hooks that I have.
Okay.
That box you brought me earlier. Okay. I need AC on.
I understand. Okay, what do you need? Need that box from earlier?
That box from earlier that had those hooks.
Mm-hmm.
And then I need Then I need actually somewhere else there was a box. I don't know where the hell it's going to be. Somewhere else there was a box that had that stuff for other Matt, for Matt Stefan,
Yeah,
that had some hooks in there.
I thought that was that box that I brought you earlier.
I didn't think so, but I'll look at it. Let me see it. Because I also had some of those hooks too to send to Matt, to Moo Matt. But some of them I'm going to have to put to do theirs. I have 3 sets. Hello to the folks that come back. Appreciate you being back. Now we're going to get to even a more boring part of the program, if you can believe that. I'll be putting on some hardware to these swim jigs. And all the freaking stuff we have here. I'm going to be putting, I'm going to, on these swim jigs, on those Echo Pros, which I freaking love and I highly recommend, I'm going to be putting on some, that was close, I got to tie that on. Oh, and there's another bag of stuff for me to tie on, including that weed boss I was talking about. Let's see if they're in here. You know, I'm going to put on some hardware onto a few of these. No, these aren't going to be it. I still need to sort these for him. And let's see here, work format. I think those stayed. Let me see if this stuff is one. I would have to look and see if these are. I'm going to look at the manifest, Matt, and see if those are yours or not. I can't remember if I kept those or if those are yours. So we'll set this aside for now. I'll set that aside so we can fit later.
You said that was not it?
No, that was not it. I have some hooks here that'll work.
Okay.
We just need to make sure we find the other ones in case I need to
Did you look
replenish.
in this box?
Yeah, this came out of that box.
So we can move this box out of the way for now.
Ooh, I have, guess what I have in here? This is going to be the box I was looking for because it looks like I have those baits plus the split rings in here.
Okay, good.
Woo, so found them. So those Echo Pros earlier, I like the head design of the Echo Pro. That's about it. The equipment is crap. So I take off the split rings. I put on my own split rings. I put on my own hooks. You know what else I do? I also strip their skirt off of there. The only thing I like about that is the design. The Echo Pro head and how it hooks together. So I use the Echo Pro swinging swim jig head, put my own split ring, my own hook, my own skirt on there, and take them out and fish them. Now they did start wiring the skirts on. Before they had them tied on them with braid. Now they start wiring them off. Now what I used to put on the back of them, besides a good quality split ring, is going to be a grip pin hook. And what I use for the split rings is a Spro #2 split ring. That's what I use for these bad boys. So I got those, and then I'll go back between the KVD Mustad grip pin 2/0 and the 3/0. I recently, if you're sticking with me this long, you deserve to know this. Professional angler Matt Stefan, who has Matt Stefan Fishing Channel here on YouTube. I actually got a couple of these jigs in his hand, and he freaking loves them. So I tied him one of my 4-wheel drives in a white and chartreuse, which is one of his favorite colors. I wish he would have challenged me a little bit better on the color, but it is what it is. Now, because I like a smaller profile, I'll normally go with a 2 or a 3/0. Generally speaking, 2/0. on the back because you can get like what I like to do. My favorite freaking trailer in the world for a swim jig. You're hearing it here. Kitech Fat Swing Impact 3.3 inch. I'd like it if it was closer to a 3. Sometimes I'll cut out just a snippet off the nose and use it, but I will use the full 3.3. I'll use a 2/0 KVD grip pin hook in the fine wire wide gap. Okay, and I'll put one of those on the back of these baits and add the trailer to it, and it's freaking money. Literally money. One term it's on it. Now, the only thing I recommend is whenever you're putting them on, you got to keep in mind the direction your hook needs to lay as opposed to how the head is. So in this situation, it needs to go top of the head like this. Whenever you thread it on, you need to make sure you thread it on in a way onto that split ring that it comes head up.
Okay, here's a good question for you.
Okay.
Do you have a recipe for blueback herring?
Do I have a recipe for blueback herring? No, I don't. But thank you for the question, and I'll get you one. What I'll do is I will review a few nice images of good old blueback herring. I'll put you one together, and watch out in my community page. Samantha, yeah, take his name down, please. And what I'll do is I will put that recipe on my community page. So take his name down if you're watching. Miss Samantha, you're still with us. Take his name down, and I will, when I put that recipe on my community page, I will tag you. Let me see. Where the hell my glasses go? Oh, Chuck. Yeah, I seen you around the channel. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Chuck, what I will do is I'll put that on the community page so that you can see it. And I will get you a good recipe for that. Absolutely, I will. I haven't done a lot of, I don't think I've done a blueback herring so far. But I love the challenge, and I'll absolutely get you a recipe without question. Because stuff like this is fun to do, and it's fun like to be given a hint from somebody to do, or a challenge like that and get it done. It's what I really like. I appreciate it. It's how I got that one that won that big tournament from a buddy of mine, was because I started off with him wanting a certain color of bait fish. Said, "Can you get this for me?" I said yes, and bada bing, bada bang, he won a big open. So that's how that works. So absolutely will, I'll get you a recipe. Now, the top of the head is facing this direction. So I've got to find a way to thread this bad boy on this way. It's going to go on first freaking try.
Hey, if you have a blueback herring he's looking at, he can email
Yeah.
you.
Hey, guess what, sir? Chuck, if you have a certain, let's say you have a certain image of a blueback herring that you want me to work on, send it to cerebraltacklefishing@gmail.com altogether. Cerebraltacklefishing@gmail.com. Send me that image, and I will do my best to replicate that exact image into a skirt recipe for you. And I'll give you exactly what I think that would match that blueback herring. And that way you can have that recipe and tie some up yourself or whatnot, or maybe we can work something out and get you some. Something like that.
Geek Swap put the email on there for you, make sure it's the right one.
Let's see what each squawk did. Cerebral. There might be a space between each squawk. If you can fix that, there might be a space between cerebralTackle and fishing at gmail.com. Try removing the space and make sure fishing is together with that. Thank you. And we'll get you a good recipe, Chuck. Absolutely. Thank you for that question. That was fantastic. So we now have the hook for this one. You see where the hook lays, maybe? Right there, just above where the skirt ends. What I'll do is I'll trim that just a little bit, just a wee bit. Uh-oh, we'll have to get that picked up. What we'll do is, now that we see where this hook lays, we're going to go and we're going to trim just behind that skirt. We want just the skirt hidden just a skosh, not a lot, because that trailer is going to come off the back of that skirt a little bit longer. The trailer is going to come right down to about here, and you want just enough for that fish come up there and smack that bad boy. So we've got one of those down. We've got 2 more of these to go. Those are the right split rings I need out for that task.
What was it you dropped?
We can wait just to package to the split rings. Let's see which one is this with the table rock shad swim jig. That's a good question on that blueback herring. Absolutely. Thank you for that question.
Space where?
There was a space between the cerebralTackle and the word fishing. So we're going to do up another one of these. My band-aid's coming off from where the wife shanked me earlier. Okay, let's get out another one of these number 2 hooks here. And let's put on another one. Let's see which way the head's going. Needs to come this way. Don't you hate it, guys, when a band-aid comes off a finger and you're left with just a bunch of sticky?
Alcohol?
I don't want to do it while I'm working with baits. Oh, dang it. My eyes are getting the crap, guys. Whew. Talk about needing to hold your mouth right to get one of these on. I've got so much spriggles on the bottom half of this thing that not only is it creating really boring content, but I can't see what it is I'm doing. Again, we're just going to do the... Damn. You know, guys, this is kicking my butt. I'm glad there's 3 of us here. Ow.
Yeah, what?
Well, guys, I knew the first one went on way too easy. I could cut some of these off, but if I do, it's just going to make it bristly and further out in front of my eyes, and it's going to make it even harder to put on. And I don't want to put on any bigger of a split ring, because if I do, then it's going to increase the length of the bait and then come out further than what I have prescribed for a good trailer for this bait. It's the split ring, the hook, the trailer, the skirt has all been done deliberately. But this ain't opening up. Got it.
You're adding hardware. Where are you? I guess I wasn't watching. What are you adding?
I'm adding split rings and hooks to the Echo Pro swim jig that I've already taken off the skirt for and added this special skirt.
Gotcha.
And then after seeing where it hangs, I'm trimming the skirt so that a little trailer can be put behind it and they can be fished like the beautiful, sexy swim jigs that they are.
Pretty big.
That's a Mugill. Mugill swim jig right there. Got your purple, your orange, your green pumpkin. Now it can go into the Mugill swim jigs. I've got one more of these, and then we can go on to the last part of the evening, which will be all the bigger stuff. And I hope that that bag is all of it, even though I'm not sure that bag is all of it.
I'm not sure it is, but hopefully it is.
I don't want to do this again. Even if I end up having to end the stream and go on past, I'm just determined if we can get it done. Hello, folks. For those that are coming in here late, I'm having a BS session. Feel free to ask any questions. I'm just hanging out, tying jigs for a good friend of mine that I've owed him for a while. I made a promise I'd get him a bunch of fishing tackle, and I'm getting him the fishing tackle. And I'm working on these jigs right now. Right now, I'm working on what we call a Echo Pro tungsten swinging swim jig head. I've taken off their skirt, added my own skirt, added my own split ring and hook because I just don't like their setup. And I love the design of the head and the way that the split ring goes on the head. Love the way it looks. So I add on my own hooks and everything so that when it's said and done, arm was caught there. So that at the end of the day, it has the best hardware. I just like it like that. The original hooks, sorry guys, I'm making sure I'm gonna put this on right. Okay, it's coming this way. So it means it comes this way. So that it has the best hardware, best fish catching ability when it gets out there on the water, all that good jazz. That's what I'm going for. Let's hope this one's easier to put on than the last one. Sorry for all the silence during this part, guys. I'm having to concentrate not to shank myself with this 2-aught. You might wonder why I'm using a 2-aught hook on the back of a swim jig. It's all the size of the profile I like. Boy, this thing is going to shake me and do damage. I like a smaller, bulkier profile on my swim jigs. So that's why I use what I use. Making sure I'm putting on my hook correctly. I'm going to use something to make this a little easier because I don't want to hook myself. Okay, let's make sure I got this on correctly. Feels right. Does it look right? Yeah, it is right. Okay. Once again, we're going to let it fall. We're going to trim it for the back of that skirt. Falls right about there. There we go. That is a night moves swinging. Ooh, hello. Got this little bit hanging a bit long. That's okay. A little bit that's not uniform with the rest of it is fine. Well, guys, I'm on the home stretch. I've only been on here 3 freaking hours, and I'm on the home stretch. I'm going to spot check this box real quick. Then I'm going to show it to you. Making sure the wire's on all these. Get the front right corners done. The move gill bottom bouncers done. The school lunch is done. All the night moves. All the
Oh.
what?
So he's box said at Chuck, where are you fishing? South Carolina, Savannah River, Lake Murray, Clarksville Lake. So he's fishing in South Carolina, Savannah River, Lake Murray, and Clarksville Lake.
Woo! Huh. That's for your fishing, Chuck? Oh, that's, you know what? Woo! Chuck, you got some pretty areas. You got some pretty areas. Are you also a subscriber to Money Bass? I bet fishing that area of the country you are. I'm only vaguely familiar with a couple of those particular lakes. Love them. You got some crazy, but see, yeah, I don't know why you're asking about the herring now. That's a herring area of the country. That's for dadgum sure. Oh, those herring lakes. See, I'm gonna share with you. I'm gonna get a good recipe. I'm gonna share it with you. But I bet Money Bass is gonna be wanting that recipe too. And those herring lakes are every bit as much fun, if not more so, than shad lakes. So, yeah. This is what this box ends up looking like, full of a ton of swim jigs and bottom bouncers. And down here on the bottom, I have a bunch of Paul Crew Custom. They're hard to see. They're Paul Crew Custom chunk trailers in the 2.5 inch size. I'll hold up baby bluegill for you. Oh, it's hurting to share these with Moo Moo Matt. Look at that color on that side. And on that side, you see the black tips there? Freaking gorgeous chunk trailer, hand poured by Paul Crew over at Paul Crew Customs. One of my earliest videos on this channel was a pop-up review on the Paul Crew Customs. You can see there in my review section of my playlist. Those chunk trailers are freaking gorgeous. So Moo Matt, you're getting this full box right here. And that's the tip of the freaking iceberg. Now we're going to move on to some other stuff that's going to be nice and complicated as well. Miss CT, if I can trade some boxes out, please. If you can put that in the match stuff. I need to pick up this one. Now we've got this bag of goodies right here. Let's see what's in here.
I think we lost Matt.
Yeah, Matt's probably just saying, show me the money already. Here we got a couple of spinner baits. Have you looked through all of Matt's stuff and got everything with a freaking skirt?
I didn't pull his box, his big box out, but I think that we have everything pulled. I will do that for sure.
Yeah, we need to do that because if I'm going to go through all this and put my wonderful, wonderful
What
viewers
am I
through this.
taking?
This box here and sitting with his stuff. Guys, you know what this is right here? This is something special for anybody who stumbles onto this live and finds this. This is an original post-death of the great late Mr. Stan Sloan. This is a Zorro aggravator long arm spinnerbait, complete with his specially cupped willow blades, his inline rattle, and his beautiful heads. I'm going to wire tie this thing and leave the original skirt on, just so it lasts longer for Mr. Matt. I was lucky enough to know and be a friend of Mr. Stan Sloan. If you've not heard of him, he was the original Bassmaster Classic winner before it was called the Bassmaster Classic. Back when it was the BASS All-American. Early, we're talking go run the Wayback Machine. Okay? And hope I didn't lose my wire keeper. There I did. He was a great guy. I did an interview with him and did a tribute to him whenever he passed. Was lucky enough to do a tribute with him and got a compliment from one of his daughters. It was one of the greatest compliments I ever received in my writing career. And that's that my article summed him up better than any article she had seen written on her daddy. And that includes a ton of folks that are very, very big name writers in the sport that also did articles on her father when he passed. So that is a freaking compliment that I will take to my grave. And let's see here. Looks like a freaking slinky. And there should be wire attached to the slinky. Okay, there we go.
Matt, I hope you have a dolly for when you pick this up.
Matt, if you're still here, she said she hopes you have a dolly for whenever you pick this up. Probably gonna need it.
I don't have any more things skirts.
You're sure? Because I know there were buzz baits. Well, maybe they're all here.
I'm positive. I just want the box.
Stan, if you're up above watching, I hope you don't get mad at me for wire tying one of your skirts. You'd probably throw me in the river behind his Tennessee house. Love Stan. He could be cantankerous, but love Stan. He once told FedEx that he was going to throw a package in the water if they delivered to him again on a Saturday. Rumor has it he might have actually done that once. So when I sent my package to him, which was going to get there on a Saturday, I had to call him. I had to call the local post office and say, "Oh crap, I forgot it's going to get there on a Saturday. Can y'all please stop him from throwing it in the water and make sure he knows it's from me?" And so the actual postmaster, true story, contacted him. Actually had his postman go out there and say, "This is from a friend. This is from a friend. Don't throw it in the river." And he called me and goes, "I'm glad they told me because I'd have chunked it in the river." He liked his days off.
He earned his days off.
Yeah, he did. He earned his days off. Stan Sloan was a hardworking, wonderful bait producer. If you've not seen any of the baits, there's a new guy in the company now. They try to keep things as close as they can. It's Stan Sloan Zorro Custom Baits. It might now just be called Zorro Custom Baits. But if you find it, give it a like. They still do make a lot of the baits the same way he did. I've got an S-ton of the original baits before the new company took over, the new guy took over the company. Wonderful, wonderful bait producer.
Doug Stubbs says hello from Memphis.
Hello, 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 Mr. Doug. I appreciate it. I'm sorry if, I don't know how long ago you left that. If you're not on still from now, I'm sorry. Doug might, let us know if you're still there, Doug. You might have left us.
I'd be busy then.
I'm sorry, Doug. If Doug popped in and left, I'm sorry, Doug. We've got this one down. I just have this loose in there. No, I had this in its own bag, I believe. Did I? No, I did not. That's where all the hooks come out of. Actually, can I get a Ziploc? Can I get a Ziploc for that one, please? That loose one there.
What size?
Actually, there were two in a Ziploc. Maybe that was it for the Ziploc. But it was so weird. The Ziploc. Oh, never mind. This is it. Never mind.
You got it?
I got it.
Oh.
This is an old black blue bait that I had that I tied to go on this old water frame. I tied it with a freaking, the water frame is old, the head is old, but I put a Hildebrandt number 5 blade on it for deep night, little black blue deep night action. That thing will huff and puff and thump coming through the water late at night. Great night bait. Yeah, if I can find the straggly end keeper. Boy, howdy, keeping all the straggly ends out of the way is a bit of a, maybe I need to invent something for us jig tying folks. Maybe I need to invent something to keep those straggly ends up out of the way. Well, you did all that. I still can't find the ends.
Have someone around to hold them together.
Do you need help?
It just comes back and says, if I was a fish and saw that hook, I would go straight for the bait.
Thank you, kind sir. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I really enjoy tying these. I do. Tying them is layering the skirts and getting them on there right. That's kind of the most fun. Doing this part's the hardest part. It's where you have to deal with wire frames
He
and,
did a hook and a fish.
huh?
He did a hook and a fish.
I wanted to find a hook emoji.
He's got one.
I wanted to find that.
He said in fact I might have done it without being a fish.
There you go. I don't mind if these catch Doctor Who's.
It looks pro.
Thank you very much. I enjoy doing them. They are a blast to do. It's a labor of love because it does get it labor intensive when you get down to this part. And like I've said, I don't do it as fast as other people do. In fact, I'm a lot slower than a lot of people because I'm just so out of practice. But
Hey, after today, you might be better. You got 3 hours of practice.
yeah, I've got a lot of practice after today, that's for sure. I should be back in the thing of things. I'm getting a little faster at them. I'm not as slow as I was the first time we did this, right, Doc? I'm getting quicker. I'm burning through them today. But I've also got a couple people paying attention to the comments for me. So you can kind of stick with this. It's not going to be the most entertaining stream. It's going to look like an old fat man rambling, doing some baits, but it's for fun and camaraderie and just kind of hang out and shoot the bull with whoever comes in. Anyhow, kind of a very random live stream. I might help if I take my little squiggly thing off. Keep my squiggly parts.
Oh, shoot.
What? You do something bad there?
No, I was trying to help him watch it.
She's screwing up. Let's see. Okay. Black, blue, nighttime spinnerbait with a big old Hildebrandt. Those Hildebrandt blades thump. Ooh, you feel them clear down to your wrist when you roll those things to the water. And you're sure this is it?
I'm positive.
Anything with a freaking,
I'm positive I went through it.
then today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, we're gonna have to go through the box and I'm gonna have to pull out my inventory. And we're gonna have to go through everything and make sure it's all sorted and in the box.
Okay.
Understood?
Mhm.
Okay, now we're getting down to the nuts and freaking bolts. Down to one person. How in the hell can that be?
Dr. Who says you didn't trim that one with scissors.
No, I didn't. Let me look. I think it's good. Now you got me debating what I did. I think it's good. The reason why is one of those was built by somebody else, the white one. The black one, I think I already arranged. Yeah, the black one's good. That's about the perfect length you want on a spinnerbait. Especially for a nighttime spinnerbait, you want more water displacement as it comes through the water. Bigger, bulkier build gets more attention because you're helping a fish find your bait at night. And one of the ways you help them find your bait is by water displacement because they have kind of their own radar that goes down their side called a lateral line. It's where they feel and detect movement through the water. It's literally like a little radar. So the bigger bait, the more water displacement you have, the easier it is for them to detect on their lateral line, helps them find the bait. But good question, good solid bring up. This is a buzz bait, a black and blue buzz bait that I built from scratch. That has an outer blade plus that inner blade that sits there and thumps within it. They both hit clack together. Then you have what we call a clacker up here. It hits up top. I built the water frame, the skirt, everything. This is all mine.
You need to do it short so that you can show how a buzz bait works in the water. For those people that don't know.
I think most of my people would know what a buzz bait does. I could, but I think that most of them know. But what this buzz bait does is you reel it up and this prop part hits the top of the water and clank, 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 and the small blade will rotate inside the bigger blade. As it goes through, it'll create a top water disturbance and a bubble trail to help fish find the bait. You put a little trailer on it to help slow it down, which means the slower you can reel it slower and not have to reel it real fast and buzz it across the surface. A good slow presentation is what kills with a buzz bait. Great morning, daytime baits, great nighttime baits. That's what a buzz bait is.
It's Tesla hook.
Tesla hook or Tesla hook?
Tesla hook.
Oh, Tesla hook. Yeah, makes you wonder. I tell you, what the hell? This isn't very untangled, lady.
It was. I untangled it.
Even if the water to tangle it worse.
I didn't. You know it's a lot worse than that.
It was a lot worse than that.
If you messed it up, you messed it up.
But I call this the beast, this particular buzz bait that I created. It's already been pool tested. Works out good. Pulls across surface. You got to reel this one a bit faster just because it has all the extra hardware to it. But it moves. Let me get my little part here to pull up all the stragglers. Separate the stragglers from the others.
I didn't even know it was this complicated. I thought it was just a hook and a worm.
Oh no. Yeah, fishing can get right down gnarly complicated. Do I come up from the top on this one? No, I just don't. Need to come from the side. Every type of fishing has its own complications. Every species, whether it's saltwater or freshwater, like I said, the actual species, time of year, body of water, it all has its own complications. A lot of people will take it easy, make it easy, and go out there and just fish like that. There's nothing wrong with that. There isn't. But to be successful on a routine basis, you gotta get right down into the nitty gritty with it. And doing that involves a whole lot more than the old worm and hook. There's nothing wrong with the old worm and hook. Nothing wrong with it. But there is a lot more involved, especially when you get to the level of like tournament bass fishing. It's crazy entailed. It really is.
You should do a video or two on that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I very well may. I had a hard time getting the courage to do it just because it looks like a lot of my audience. I want to get to the point where I can do that. The purpose of my channel is to give back to folks that are learning. That's the whole purpose of my channel. But the trick is, I've had most of my viewers appear to be of the bass tournament variety, the folks that have already already know about a lot of that are already more advanced anglers. But what I want to do is I want to eventually use that viewership to get to the viewership of the others. Like use that platform to eventually reach out to the other guys so that I can do with it more of what I'm wanting to do with it, which is learn, if that makes sense. I'm going to try to gain the strength of the channel and still do the news and stuff from the Bassmasters, from the pros that I've been doing, because that's what it looks like a lot of the people want to see. And that's all well and good. But what I want to do is I want to use that to get the channel bigger so I can reach a bigger audience. And at that point, do the more teaching stuff. Because I definitely want to get some teaching out of it. Because I do want to give back. Because I wouldn't be the angler I am if people hadn't taught me along the way. Total strangers. And so that's what I want to give back. So I hope one day to do that. That's why I have the how-to videos I do and the tank test videos, or tank test video that I have, is so that I can kind of teach people a lot of those things and teach them about certain baits and about certain techniques. But it is very complicated, especially when you get tournament bass fishing. I was successful. I did have a good 18-year career. Not as successful as I could have been. No Bassmaster championships under my belt, but a lot of state championships, that kind of thing. So I had my good run. No nationals. But I did qualify for a lot of state championships consecutively. I want to say it was up to 11, I think, consecutive that I qualified for. Let's see how this one lays. That one lays right where I want it to for a nighttime bait. I'll have this one in with this one. Thank you, thank you. This one's going to be a hard one to do. Wait, I think I already glued this one on. I did. I glued that one on. I don't even have to do the Moss Boss. This is a unique one here, Doctor. That's a plastic spoon I was talking about earlier. That heavy thing is made of plastic, and see that little wheel inside? Spins. Whenever this is drug, it's hooked, it's tied up here. Whenever it's drug across the top of the water, that little internal thing there spins and brings this across the surface, and that little skirt attracts fish from behind. They'll come up, snap that on the top, and hopefully eat it. So we've got this done. Woo!
And you have the one you just showed, you already had one?
Yeah, I had it glued. That's a pre. That skirt I didn't do. That skirt's a pre-tied skirt. And put that on and glued it in place. That one can't be tied. This is the one I've been waiting for. That'll be the biggest single pain in the ass to tie. This is the one I'm not sure I can tie. Yeah, I just broke the package. So there's that. Whoever watches, this is on a River to Sea Crystal Spin 3/8 ounce wire frame, which is a very unique wire frame, and even unique.
I accidentally elbowed that, I'm sorry.
You what?
I accidentally elbowed something, that's okay.
Oh, you elbowed something?
Yeah.
Okay. A unique wire frame. This wire frame is a double skirt. It's tied up at the top up here. I don't know if you can see. And also tied down here. How the hell I'm going to use, how the hell I'm going to wireframe this? I don't know. I've been actually waiting to do this one. This is a much more limber wireframe with a longer blade on it, a longer arm on it. I tie it with one of my most famous colors. This color is called Level 42, after the band Level 42 and the song There's Something About You. Because when I saw this pattern, I made this pattern up, I said, man, there is something about you. Literally, that's how it came to be. And I don't know where my wireframe is. Did I put that back in the bag with the wireframe on it? Not the wireframe, other little catcher thingy on it. I know I'm getting tired, but I hope I didn't just do what I think I just did.
What did you do?
It's not in there. Is that it? No, I did use this as the trash though. This is a very embarrassing outtake I wish I could use. I think I either threw away my frame or I know I used that one as the trash bag. There's another big bag that was laying over there. I think I lost my wire frame that I was using to keep all the skirts. So I hope and pray that I didn't. Oh crap. Nope. I need to know where my thing is. It might be in the floor. Anyway, guys, I may have a piece of wire in the floor waiting to stab me. If not, I'll just make up another one. I'm gonna make up another one while you're looking for that. Wait, found it. I think that's it. I'm gonna say that's it. Now, how in the hell do I tie this? I gotta tie this thing in two places, and I don't know how I'm gonna do it. This part may be a total fail, so I almost don't know. This isn't gonna be the wireframe. I don't know what happened to it. This may be a total fail, so it may not hurt that no one's watching.
I don't see it in the floor.
This is hard. I need to invent a tool that takes care of this for me.
But you keep saying that. You have to invent one.
I gotta invent a tool. Because right now these things just keep getting in the dang way.
Oh.
Well, guys, I'm kind of glad there's only us here at this moment because this is embarrassing. I can't get this deadgum thing to work.
I don't know what Doctor Who's doing up at this time of night.
Doctor Who is a bad, bad man. I'm telling you right here, right now, the fact that man is sticking with me like this, that's the loyalty of kings right there. That is the loyalty of freaking kings. And this is a big piece to be using. This was not going to be my little, that was going to be a piece I ended up cutting off to tie, I guarantee you. I'm starting to wear out, but I think I'm getting close. This is a dang mess. That did not get any further untangled.
But I did it.
It's a sinky.
But I did it. What did you do to it?
I didn't do anything to it. Oh, look at that damn slinky.
You want help?
I'm just gonna start cutting from this end.
I just do commercial.
The commercial will knock off the last 2 viewers. My effing back. This is way too long of a piece. Now I've got the song stuck in my head.
Which one?
Something about you.
I don't know that one.
I would sing it, but I do not want to run into copyright. I don't want to humiliate myself. I already humiliated myself enough on the stream. There's no need to humiliate myself further for the giggles of doing so. This is one singing spinnerbait.
If I get the three.
Hello, hello, whoever just jumped in. Appreciate you being here. I'm just tying on some skirts for everybody BSing. If y'all have any questions, feel free to ask. It's just a laid back tying on long BS session, kind of a marathon to get these spinner baits and jigs tied so that I can finally get them to my buddy. And if you all have any questions, relay them to me, or pardon me, relay them, and Mrs. CT or J-Car or Eat Squawk Poop, one of them will let me know so that I can, or even the good, awesome Doctor Who. This thing's probably going to take, as long as I went on, it's probably going to take 6 years to render to upload to YouTube. And what's sad is right there, that was just part of it. That was one half of this one.
You can't see it anymore what you're doing. So you're gonna slip down.
Oh, it's slipping down again, isn't it? Okay. Let's see if I can flip this the other way. Get to work. Holy hell, how is that even going to happen? Oh no. I was not looking forward to tying this one, and this is the reason why. I'm not even sure I can separate the top strands from the bottom strands on this top part. down to 1. Are you still on?
No, no.
Thank you.
Shock Stillwell. Have you heard of any new rules being implemented due to the wall cheating scandal?
Oh, the wall watching. You know what? No, but thank you for asking. Actually, yes and no. I have heard of new rules both up there and rules that other tournament organizations have also implemented as well. For instance, I've got a buddy that fished a tournament here not too long ago where they actually had hand wands in place for metal detectors, which is something new that wouldn't have come down if it wasn't for the walleye cheating scandal. So yes, and I know that up there for the walleye tournament they did as well. Now the trick to that is it's not going to work as well as they thought because lead has a very low conductivity rate. So your typical metal detectors aren't going to pick it up like they think it will. So they think, well, lead's a metal detector is going to fix it all. Not exactly right. So don't be shocked if you don't hear that some people are still getting away with it, even after that. It might happen, it might not happen, but it's a possibility. Mainly, that's the main thing that I've heard implemented. And it hasn't been everywhere, but some places are going along with it because of the walleye cheating scandal. So glad you mentioned that. That's a darn good question. I appreciate that. So yeah, I guess so. Yeah, at first I thought no, but no, then I thought about it. Yeah, and it's actually, like I said, spread to other tournaments. You know, this other tournament my buddy fished is a bass tournament, and a rather big bass trail on a rather well-known lake at that. And I mean, is it going to work like they think? Probably not. Is it a knee-jerk reaction? Yeah, but it's something, and it's mainly implemented to try to give a sense of security to the other anglers, if you will, that are fishing it to make them feel like something's being done to try to prevent it. Will it work entirely? You know, I'm not certain it will. They can always, I mean, doesn't hurt to try, right? Doesn't hurt to try. And it's something. But it's mainly, I think, it might work, but having talked to an expert in metal detecting, it's going to take a certain kind of equipment, and that equipment is going to have to be very specialized for it to work like they want it to work and work every time, if that makes sense. So yes, very good question. Glad you asked. Sorry, I'm making sure that I don't get this crossed here. Now that I'm here, where do I go? I need to go up and over, and of course my freaking wire breaks. And of course I throw it down where I'm going to walk.
Did?
Yeah, I think it is. We don't need to worry about getting it right now. So yes, thank you for the question. Absolutely. So yeah, that I would say is the biggest thing that's come down the pike since the walleye cheating scandal occurred. And it will, you know, we'll see if it actually catches anybody. If it does, more power to them. I'm glad that they implemented it, but I don't have the hopes that it's a one size fits all kind of thing, like folks that are implementing it say that it's going to be.
More of a distractor.
Yeah, or deterrent. Yeah, it's more of a deterrent. Yeah, like the wife said, it's more of a deterrent. Now, it's a pretty darn good deterrent because a lot of folks aren't going to understand the whole science behind it. So it is going to be a good deterrent. Absolutely, it'll be a good deterrent. Boy, I hope this works. This one's the hardest one to do. We've got so much skirt in there that I'm worried it's going to all get tangled and get wrapped up in my tie. There's going to be so much. I've tried to keep all the shreds of this wire down and in the trash, but it's not working great. Anyway, guys, for those that just showed up, this is a Crystal Buzz 3/8 ounce River to Sea wireframe. That's a double layered skirt, has a place for the skirt on the top and then down below. I've tied a custom skirt on top or on it, both top and bottom, which wasn't easy. And now I'm trying to wire tie it, which is even more complicated. And now I'm trying to untie my little keeper here, which is even more complicated. And let's see if it works. What the? How in the hell? I got a piece of skirt caught in my vise. Oh, looked like it freaking worked. That is one thick bushy skirt. Kind of a chartreuse shad color there. Now getting it back in its box that I've already broken is going to be a trick. I want it to look good for its trip to Michigan. Hopefully I didn't bend up the frame. Well, guys, I'm sorry there's just lots of freaking dead air. This isn't as easy as it looks. Whew. Done. Next, let's see, is it already wire tied? Here's a Cavatron buzzbait. Lee Bailey Jr. was once a friend of Lee Bailey Jr. We just didn't get, we got distanced over the years. Really good guy. He actually designed my very first fishing jersey. True story. Wonderful graphic artist. This has already been wire tied. I just cut a break. There's one I don't have to do. Nice black blue cat. Lee Bailey Jr. and I once, true story, once had a fun back and forth debate on which buzzbait you could reel slower. Because when it comes to a buzzbait, believe it or not, the slower you reel it, the better. And he always said that the Cavatron was the slowest buzzbait. And I always said that my personal breed of buzzbait was the slowest. And put it to the test, and I won. But the Cavatron, see right here, it says the slowest buzzbait ever. Mine is. But the Cavatron is still a really good bait. Oh, here's a River to Sea Crystal Buzz. The buzzbait version of that spinnerbait I did a couple minutes ago. Another chartreuse shad on it. And I'm going to tell you right here, I caught one of the biggest freaking bass of my life on this one right here. It's hard to see. Let me take you out of the package here. I'm going to tie it up anyway. These props actually, whenever you rip the buzzbait, there's a spring between these two props here. And what they'll do is the blades will collapse upon themselves here. May be hard to see, but right there in the middle, right there, there's a spring. So when you pull it, it condenses. And when you rip it, the blades will hit each other, give an extra little tick. The river to sea crystal buzz. I was on a top 5 bass lake in the country, I'll just say, fishing a tournament. In the first 15 minutes of the tournament, I was ripping this across a roadbed, an underwater roadbed. And as I'm sitting there yanking it across, this bass comes up that was huge. We didn't weigh him. It was a slot lake, and he was literally an eighth of an inch from being it over. That's an eighth of an inch from being 26 inches long. I'm ripping it, ripping it, ripping it. His mouth comes up, or her mouth comes up out of the water, and she flushes so much water through her gills backwards that she sucks this buzzbait back 1 foot into her freaking mouth. I'm not kidding you. To where I literally turned to my partner for that term and say, "Holy ass, did you just see that?" And I look at him, and I could tell he saw it because his chin's on the ground like, he shook off the fish he had on, so we get this one in, measure her, and she was an eighth of an inch from being an over. So just not able to quite count this fish, and it sucked because she was a big mamma jamma. Now here's the piece that I'm using for my little lower skirt tie. I just can't keep all these up. All these want to freaking go down here. Go. So yeah, wonderful freaking bait. I caught a monster on it. Too bad the monster didn't count. That sucked, but is what is. Where in the hell did my clippers go? There they are. I'd like it on if I could. She's trying to kill me with the heat.
No, this one doesn't look
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of the show, kind of. I think I've got a couple more to do. And then I should be there. The wife and I are a bit slow moving these days. Yeah, I think the wire just slipped.
Felt better how to remember to do all this kind of hand already.
I want to get these caught up. I am on an 80s music nostalgia kick tonight. 80s music keeps playing in my head.
Check on for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Oh, my back. Woo, folks, my back is starting to wail on me. But yeah, this River to Sea Crystal Buzz here is a really good buzz bait. Not as slow as I normally like them. Not as slow as the ones I make, but pretty slow. Still enjoy them. Still caught real big fish on them. Great bait. Still kind of an unknown bait, even though it's been around for a long time that a lot of fish haven't heard. And so anytime you're throwing something at them that they haven't seen yet from every other angler, then it's a good thing. Guys, I'm going to have to get new vise. I think this has told me. I think Mrs. CT is right. I need to get other equipment for the show, for the channel. I'm still working on some signage and stuff to get for a background. I'm still working with Doctor Who on an intro. Stuff like that. He is the wonderful guy that provided that end screen for me. Thank you so much. Doctor Who is a freaking genius. He is the web bad man.
Back and forth.
Guys, thank you for popping in here. If you have any questions at all about what I'm doing, let me know. I'm tying up some baits for a buddy. You have any questions about bass?
Check it, it needs trimming.
Check it, it needs trimming. It is a bit long. It is, you know what? It is a bit long.
This is acting clever.
I know you're being a smart aleck. This is, we'll trim a little bit off the butt there. Not much. I'll give it a bit of a haircut. I wish I had the thinning shears that cut unevenly. That's what I really need to invest in, but it's just hard to buy that for making baits. Oh, but I got the River to Sea Crystal Buzz done now. Their wireframe, my skirt. That chartreuse shad. Mr. Matt will be happy to get that chartreuse shad. Oh, come on and go in there. Another one of those packages that you can't get to go in the same way it came out.
Nope.
No, I got it. Okay. Has got the wise arse.
Making clever. See, I know what I'm talking about. LOL.
Yeah, you got me on that one. You actually did. Now this is a War Eagle 1/2 ounce night bait. It has a pair of rattles on the back, has a big purple night blade there. It shows up blue there, but it's really a purple night blade. It's a black and purple skirt. I don't have to wire tie this because War Eagle comes wired. They know what they're doing with their stuff. So, those two in that bag. Time for my glasses to go back on. I've got these two in this bag done. I think this was the big bag of spinnerbaits you brought me, right?
Right? I am lost. I have no clue.
The War Eagle.
Need help off from that.
Crystal Buzz done, Cavatron done, Crystal Spin done.
Oh,
The beast has been done. Wait a minute. There's the beast. Hold up. Wait a minute. I tied one of them. I don't know if I tied the other one. One of them is mine. I did make two of those, one for myself, one for Matt. The one that's not tied is going to be mine. This is the one I tied because it's in there with that one. So that one's tied. This one's not tied. This one's mine.
Oh man.
Not going to tie mine as of
Now,
yet.
there's this one bag that still said,
Does she have even more? Has she found even freaking more,
work
guys?
for Matt. You looked at it while ago.
Let me look at it again. I can't tell you how much stuff I went through and worked from that.
There goes stuff that you worked out.
Yeah, I think the stump jumper, I'll have to look at the manifest to see if the stump jumper goes in there.
Okay.
That'd be the only one from that one I would think would go.
Let's keep your shite in there, huh?
Huh?
You said it was a stump jumper.
Or not stump jumper. Oh yeah, it is.
Keep that shay in there.
She's a wise ass. No, you can jump stumps all you want. They're part of the lake. You don't jump dams. Don't get started off on that again, lady. What is she trying to do? What kind of wise ass am I dealing with here, folks? Okay,
Yep.
so there's those two. That one. This one. This one. This one. That one's not one of them. That's a tools bag. I'll have to look through to see if these were, any of these were Matt's or if those were mine from Kelly. That's my trash bag.
Are you putting stuff up?
There's those. What's that? Can't take her anywhere, folks. Let me see. I got these. Need to go back.
What did you do to my wire?
That's what you did to your wire. In fact, sounds like a great thing here.
What the heck?
Doctor Who, if you're still here, we often use the phrase of, it's Greek to me. As actual Greek words, is there a Greek phrase for clusterous, what-is? Because if so,
Excuse me?
I think that's what she did to my wire. I think it was a clusterous, what-is.
There's a Greek word for trash can, sure.
Cluster F. That's what I would call it. Cluster F. I don't know if I can get all these into this dead gum. Because that's what my wire looks like right now, is a cluster F. Then I'm going to shut that bag. So now I can start doing some trash here for some wire. I've got pieces, foobar, except exactly, Chuck, foobar. That's exactly it. Freaking foobar. That's bingo. That's what my freaking wire looks like right now. So I've got my trash wire. Holy crap, guys. I've got stuff strung everywhere throughout here. Wire, skirt trimmings, split ring pliers, wire cutters, regular pliers times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a wire bender. When I do this, I never know what all I'm going to run into, so it isn't, and I can't even begin to try to pronounce what that is. Okay, okay, that I get. That I get. I was like, wait, what? That I get. That's cool. I wish I could learn to pronounce it in Greek. That would be cool. But the way it is, there's too many consonants and different character symbols for me to even begin to understand. It must make learning English just look simple. That split ring box has seen better freaking days. What the heck? I think these go in here. Oh my goodness, guys. I think I'm approaching maybe the end here. The wife says there are no more skirted baits anywhere in Matt's stuff. If there is, oh my gosh, yeah, and I wouldn't begin to know.
What's that?
The different symbols and consonant groups.
Oh, yeah.
I just, all of those are.
You need to kind of wrap this around so it doesn't get so.
Yeah, well, that'd be nice. I couldn't begin to freaking understand. Now I got to decide which bag is my wire in it. That wasn't my tool
bag.
Yeah.
What do you do with it?
I bet this is the tool.
But then where's all the other tools?
Uh-oh. Was this the tool bag?
I don't know. I don't know what you've done.
No, this was a tools bag because it has a thing in it.
All this.
This might not have been all the tools.
Yeah, I'm getting concerned.
I bet that had some
Not
stuff.
fair losing your tools.
I bet this had the other tools in it. I bet this had pliers because it has my little skirt puller on it. Oh my goodness, folks.
I think this is getting worse than Mom makes it.
You heard it there. She screwed it up further.
That was in our film, how pretty I brought it to you earlier.
It was a bomb. She had it all. It was not pretty. It was waiting to explode.
It was not.
It was waiting to explode.
Yeah, it was.
She caused it to explode. Oh my goodness, folks. Now, this was the marathon I've been working on. Now I'm going to go through the manifest, not tonight, but another time. I can do that from a more comfortable position. I'm going to go through the manifest and clear off everything off my big spreadsheet that I have that's supposed to be in this package so that I can so that I can then put on a pretty bow and send it off to Michigan, land of Moo Moo Matt. My gosh, my freaking tools just keep coming out of the damn woodwork. My gosh. Holy hell here. I don't know if I had a big tool bag or not because there are these two bags that I
Do you have
think
wire cutters?
that I just packed up.
Well, do you unpack them, please? Got this here, and we'll just start another round.
Can you put that section in there so I'm not losing it?
I'm gonna wrap it up too.
Okay.
I just need to start over. Okay, so there's this one.
Oh my goodness, folks. This has been crazy, but I so much appreciate everybody being here. I do. I know it's been just a long, rambling stream, watching paint dry with me and here doing this and Doctor Who. My goodness.
Go to bed.
You sticking with us like this through all hours of the night. You are a freaking champion. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate. You are such a good dude. You've been so helpful to me, to the channel. Bless you, man. You're the dude, man. You're the freaking man. You really are. And everybody else that's come through, I appreciate it. For those watching on the crazy replay, thank you. Y'all are the best. I couldn't ask for any better viewers. I definitely appreciate it for more than you guys can imagine. And I think we're wrapping up. We're going to clean up the table of everything. Oh my goodness, thank you, man. You're a freaking pro. Holy crap. I really appreciate it. We're going to clean up our table, wrap everything up, and freaking hit the hay. Holy crap, I'm tired. But I think unless she finds something else that's skirted that is going to Matt in Michigan, all I have to do is inventory stuff and we can pack it up and send it the hell out of here and get to the great state of Michigan where Matt can finally get fishing. So I went through and I've done this preliminary inventory on everything and put it onto a spreadsheet. Now I just got to go through the big box and match up everything that's on that spreadsheet with everything still in the box, make sure we didn't misplace any of it. I'm loading that freaking thing up and I'm sending it with armed guards. There's so much stuff in there. I want to make sure he gets it and that he gets to use it and try it all back and report back to the channel and all that good stuff. But it has been a nice, long, crazy stream, and I appreciate it. We're going to clean up the table and put up for the evening. But thank every single one of you, more than you guys know. I'll throw on the end screen at the end once everything renders. Or can I do that? Can I do that? Can't do that, Doctor Who. Can I add the end screen to the end post upload? Or can I? Maybe I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Maybe I can. Yeah, I can. I'll go put the end screen on it there, I'm pretty sure, and throw it on there. But thank you guys so much. Love all y'all. Thank you, and we will see you next time. You know what to do. Get out there in the water. Enjoy it before it gets too hot. Keep it wet. Thank you, brother.